So, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, I was not able to make it with you for this morning. So we have been asked to deliver a keynote to not only integrate Africa, but also to increase intra-Africa trade across the region. As a starting point, the AFCFTA is a key component of the Agenda 2063 of the African Union for achieving equitable and sustainable development by the year 2063, through the establishment of a single market that permits the unrestricted movement of people, investment, goods, and services across the African continent. The AFCFTA agreement intends to accomplish its goal of increasing intra-Africa trade and fostering industrial growth. While the AFCFTA entered into force in May 2019, the foundational work towards economic integration began on June 3, 1991, when 51 African head of states have so far signed a treaty establishing the Africa Economic Community by 2025. In an endeavor to achieve continental self-sufficiency, the goal of the treaty is to establish a framework for the development, mobilization, and utilization of African people and material resources. In this regard, the treaty lays out a detailed time-bound schedule for African economic and potential integration through 6 critical stages. Following the establishment of free trade areas, and it is evident and clear that current electricity generation method will not fulfill this goal. Furthermore, this challenge is compounded by constraints and several issues that have resulted from climate change. One of the main strategies to be adopted to resolve this issue is to use regional trade integration to strengthen the energy sector and existing power pools and improve utilization of the region's abundant renewable energy resources to meet vast demand. Ladies and gentlemen, it is true that African countries still suffer from huge deficit of energy generation and distribution, resulting in unreliable power networks, frequent power outage, and expensive tariffs. The proportion of citizens with access to economic growth and energy demand. To grow and prosper, African nations will need more reliable and affordable energy. Free trade and strong investment protections support energy security by encouraging access to diverse energy supplies and production sufficient to meet growing demand. Trade policies and protections also enable effective supply chain and the efficient movement of capital, people, information, and all products. The main challenges affecting this sector are insufficient investment in infrastructure due to budgetary constraints, the countries that participate in sub-regional infrastructure projects, poor regulatory and institutional space. Africa's existing power pool are not supported by consistent and predictable energy policies and institutions. There is a need to develop specific legislation to support this. Political economy. In many member states, government-owned enterprises are the major energy providers and are often forced to supply power and subsidize rates that are friendly energy route for growth. Engendering trust among member states. The AFCFTA mandates member states to publish trade-related regulation and procedures. This provides greater transparency. The provision of dispute resolution framework further helps ease the fears of smaller economies on the assumption that an inclusive and transparent framework will be prioritized under the AFCFTA to ensure that the interests of different energy stakeholders in the region are adequately aligned. AFCFTA guarantees potential investor access to information as party to the agreement, must publish their laws, regulations, procedures, and administrative rulings of general application, as well as other commitment under an international agreement relating to any trade matter covered by the agreement. It is hoped that publishing this information will make the intersect market conditions more transparent and appealing. Increased industrial production means increased industrial electricity demand. The African continent's exports have averaged about 75% on processed primary commodities and solid mineral since 2007, and 40% of intra-Africa export are manufacturing commodities. Currently, around 70% of value addition of African commodity export occurs outside the continent. Increased intra-Africa trade will boost domestic manufacturing demand and demand for productive power as a result. Dispute resolution mechanism and harmonized regulation will drive down private equity risk, premiums, and diligence for new power infrastructure projects financed by foreign capitals. These include IPP developments, transmission and distribution infrastructure, and even gas-to-power networks where appropriate. AFCFTA-led cooperation could improve on the gaps and inconsistencies in the continent's 5 region power pools. Africa 5 power pool can provide savings and improve bankability to utility-scale generation projects, but have been hampered by underinvestment in transmission and distribution, inconsistent regulatory and tariff regimes, and breakdown in regional cooperation. Reduced trade barriers and increased cooperation from AFCFTA could improve regional power pooling by aligning local regulations with regional initiatives and increasing transparency and trust between utilities. Increased regional cooperation improves energy security for all. Security of supply is reinforced by the ability of source operating reserve capacity from a neighboring market's power sector. The AFCFTA provides a framework for African countries to cooperate over the supply of energy services. As it stands now, as I told you, the AFCFTA is a common market of 44 member states. Among these 44 member states, the energy sector particularly is addressed in what we call services sectors. And in these services sectors, different components are covered. The first one is the business sector, where professional engineers, professional energy service suppliers can provide services across the continent using the commitment made by state parties in the negotiation on trading services. In the other hand, the AFCFTA also provides a framework to ease the movement of those professionals so that they can move from a country to another, either to provide services, either to support the development of those national services in that particular country. On promoting investment, 2 components are very important for the energy sector. The first one is that the investment protocol that is being finalized at the meeting that we are currently have is promoting sustainable investment in the energy sector, as well as supported by the protocol on intellectual property, which promotes the protection and promotion of environmental friendly innovation. In the promotion of the investment, what member states have made as commitment is to facilitate the establishment of what we call commercial presence, meaning that a Ghanaian energy services supplier can move from Ghana to Equatorial Guinea to establish a branch time that you, professional on the energy sector, can start trading energy services across the continent whereby those countries have committed. One of the regions where commitment on the liberalization of energy sector is very prominent is the Central Africa region, where most of the country have liberalized the advising on services transportations, the distribution and transboundary electrifications, as well as maintenance and reparation of electric devices. So, ladies and gentlemen, those are few elements we wanted to share with you in terms of, first, updating you on where we stand with the AFCFTA and what is planned. A single continental market has been the main objective of the AFCFTA, targeting to promote industrializations with the development of regional value chains. And in these value chains, the energy sector can play an important role. With those elements, ladies and gentlemen, I wish you a fruitful meeting and hope that the deliberation of this meeting can be shared with us so that we can use them to develop a very efficient and beneficial energy sector across the continent through the AFCFTA. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, sir. Please, let's give him another round of applause. We've been joined by our special guest of honor, and he is in the person.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let me first of all sincerely apologize for my late attendance at this event. I needed to do some political activity on Metro TV, and so it took a little bit of time before I concluded. Representatives of governments gathered here, corporate representatives, management of business and financial times, organizers of this conference, fellow participants, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, friends from the media. I bring you greetings from the Minister for Energy, Dr. Matthew Opoku-Prempeh, who would have wished to be present, but for a prior and present national engagement. He sends his warm regards. I'd like to begin by commending the BNFT for this initiative. Indeed, upon receiving your proposal, the ministry readily endorsed this conference with the understanding that it provided a needed platform for relevant discourse to shape our growing energy sector. The lineup of topics to be dealt with at the various plenary sessions are a testament to this. As Deputy Minister for Energy, I have participated in numerous forums strategically positioned nations to take full advantage of these opportunities. African countries must do the seemingly simple things very well, whilst exploring emerging opportunities in the sector. Existing systems must be enhanced to improve efficiency and curb waste. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Ghana's unfolding story has been nothing short of an illustration of a nation working hard to achieve the aforementioned objectives. Like that of many African nations, Ghana's energy sector has over the years been driven by the following objectives. 1, providing stable, realistically priced, and universally accessible power in a sustainable and environmentally friendly manner. 2, ensuring availability and realistic pricing of petroleum products. 3, increasing crude oil reserves to improve revenue. And last but not the least, ensuring local content and local participation at all levels of the energy value chain. Against this backdrop, enhancing electricity access, improving renewable energy penetration, energy price tariff adjustments, ensuring optimum exploitation of petroleum resources, amongst others, have consistently been the focus of government policy and intervention. In the area of power generation, Ghana has sought to enhance its capacity by way of transmission, generation, and distribution of electricity nationwide, ensuring that it never goes back to the grim days. With resources available to her, Ghana now has an installed capacity of 5,367.17 megawatts with an access rate of 87%. Ghana has also seen the present opportunity to scale up its contribution of renewable energy in its generation mix to 10% by 2030 and is working hard at achieving this. Since her discovery of crude oil in commercial quantities, Ghana, like many other nations, instinctively saw and continues to see the opportunity to harness its petroleum resource for national development. Over a decade into commercial oil production, Ghana remains committed to fully exploiting its oil resources, albeit in a responsible and environmentally friendly manner. As part of the effort to deepen local content and local participation, the Accelerated Oil and Gas Development Program, AOGC, was launched by the President of the Republic in 2017. The program was established with the goal of aggressive investment in education and skills enhancement of Ghanaians to manage the country's oil and gas sector. The maiden batch of 150 candidates graduated recently with City and Guilds standing. Ghana is far from comfortable with its present progress and recognizes that more ought to be done. Despite the strides African nations are making in satisfying their respective energy needs, Africa must stay on her toes and be fully cognizant of her present obligation to the future of her people. African nations must not be oblivious of the reality of changing trends in the global energy space. Ladies and gentlemen, the fast progressing energy transition will remain a crucial topic to world leadership for decades to come, and its implications must not be lost on us. For African nations, efforts ought to be made at fully appreciating the challenges to the net zero agenda, challenges as well as opportunities that this phenomenon comes with. Commitments to the net zero agenda must go beyond mere lip service to concrete strategizing, policy reformation, and indeed implementation. Distinguished guests, the turbulence to be felt by fossil-dependent African nations like Ghana in this transition period is inevitable. The manifestations of the global effort at shifting towards cleaner energy sources is undeniably having an adverse impact on Ghana's petroleum upstream activities and ambitions. The drastic reduction in Western funding for fossil-related projects, as well as the revision of business models of E&P corporations to lean towards renewables, are a few of many imminent threats to Ghana's growing oil sector. There exists a real risk of notwithstanding. Ghana still regards its crude as a resource vital for national development and the very medium it can use to fund its way to a net zero status. The intermittent nature of renewable energy sources, as well as the cost implication of technology required to effectively harness same, renders renewables incapable of satisfying base load demands. For Ghana and many African nations, natural gas has been identified as a transition fuel of choice, a conclusion which necessitates a contribution of the continuation of responsible oil and gas exploration and production. Also noteworthy is the fact that petroleum products will remain a need for some decades in spite of the global shift away from fossil fuels. Ladies and gentlemen, in response to this reality and in line with Ghana's ambition of becoming a hub for refined petroleum products in West African sub-region and beyond by the year 2030, we have by statute launched the Petroleum Hub project. The hub will feature 3 refineries, each with a minimum production capacity of 300,000 barrels per stream day, 5 petrochemical plants, industrial and storage infrastructure. 20,000 acres of land has been secured in the Jomoro municipality of the western region of Ghana for this project. Ghana is open to investment in the hub. Factors like the central location of Ghana and access to vibrant shipping routes which provide easy access to regional markets make the hub project extremely viable. Furthermore, Ghana has seen the need to develop a national energy transition plan to guide a journey towards attaining net zero status at a pace realistic to her peculiar circumstances. Ghana's plan is informed by both available and prospective energy sources, assessing financing and other factors. I'm glad to hint to you that by end of this month, the plan will indeed be adored. The world must sympathize and come to terms with the African continent's dire need for basic development with the resources available whilst honoring collective energy commitments. More so because Africa's total contribution to global carbon emissions stands at less than 4%. It behoves on us to strategize through the challenges of the times. New and innovative methods must be employed to attract energy finance and investment. Local technical capacity must be speedily enhanced to reduce reliance on Western support, and energy-related cross-border collaborations amongst African nations must be encouraged. This would ultimately ensure that African nations derive maximum value for its oil and gas resources, which cannot be left to waste away. Ladies and gentlemen, as I noted earlier, the energy transition also comes with a load of merits which African states must pay close attention to. The opportunity for industrial and commercial ventures into the renewable market has a potential for revenue generation, job creation, and energy security enhancement. Ghana's recent discovery of high-grade lithium is an achievement the government intends to leverage on in exploring the real possibility of manufacturing solar batteries locally. The naturally occurring sunshine has also become a commodity which African countries must position themselves to fully harness. As we embrace the present opportunity of exploring energy sources readily available to us, I urge African states to also plan around energy sources that will be available and accessible 20, 30 years from now, and to start investing in the development of same. In determining which energy sources to invest in, nations ought to consider the security of supply, affordability of energy sources, and sustainability of the energy source. African nations also ought to explore new industries or policies to diversify their economies. Ladies and gentlemen, having reviewed the outline of the topics to discuss at this conference, I couldn't help but beam with excitement at the various themes and topics to be dealt with. The conversations and interactions to be had here are necessary. I have no doubt that the ideas to be shared on the conference's platform go a long way to informing the strategies and policies of African states represented here. I wish you all fruitful participation at this conference. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Please, let's give him another round of applause. We will be zooming straight into our discussion for today, the first plenary session. But before that, I would like to acknowledge our partners and our various sponsors. So, this event is powered by the Business and Financial Times, the Ministry of Energy and Petroleum, and the Volta River Authority. Please, let's give them a round of applause. Our partners, GCB, Sethi Brothers, Clean Air Task Force, Arthur Energy, BOST, Nuclear Power Ghana. Please, let's give them a round of applause too. And finally, to our media partners, the BFTOnline.com, Asasi Radio, TV3, ETV, City FM, and Happy FM. Please, let's give them a round of applause. The Business and Financial Times newspaper has gone digital, and so If you do not want to use the hard copy, or you don't want to wait for the circulation guides to get to you, you can subscribe to the newspaper. We have some forms in the newspapers in front of you. Just fill the forms. Our protocol team will come around and take them after you're done filling it. And then every morning, you'll be receiving the newspaper in soft copy. If you don't have the forms, just lift up your pencil and then someone will attend to you to help you subscribe to the newspaper. And we are live on Facebook and YouTube at Business and Financial Times. On Facebook, we are at BFT Ghana, and then YouTube, we are at Business and Financial Times. I'm going to give us a minute. Please follow us on all our social media platforms at BFT Ghana, and then the Business and Financial Times on LinkedIn. I am going to be giving us a minute to pick up our phones and tablets. To do that right away, then I will introduce our speakers for the second plenary session, the first plenary session. So Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, we are at BFT Ghana. So we are zooming straight to our first plenary session, and the topic is the future of petroleum industry investment in Africa. Our panelists are Mr. Kingsley Amwakwa Bwedu. He is the managing partner, Amwakwa. So, Mr. Kingsley Amwakwa Bwedu, he is the managing partner, Amwakwa Bwedu and Osei Mensa Law Consults. Please, let's give him a round of applause as he joins me up here. And then we have lawyer Kwame Jantwa. He is a lawyer and an energy expert. Please give him also a round of applause as he joins me up here. And then joining us online is Dr. Theo Echampong. He is an energy economist, and he's going to be our online speaker for today. Please give him a round of applause. And moderating this session is Dr. Michael Tufo. He is the head of Department Water Resources and Sustainable Development at the University of Environment and Sustainable Development in Somania. Please give him also a round of applause as he joins the panelists up here to have the discussion. The topic once again is the future of petroleum industry investment in Africa. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Good morning to everyone. All protocols observed. And this is our first plenary section. And the introduction has been done already, so I don't need to repeat it. And I'm your moderator once again. Let me mention my name, Michael Tufo. We are going to discuss on the future of petroleum, industrial investment in Africa. And before I begin, I would like to hear the voice of Dr. Theophilus Echampong to be very sure if he's with us online. Doc, we would like to hear your voice before I ask you a question. Doc, I'd like to hear your voice before I ask you a question. Yeah, that's good. So, talking about countries in the oil and gas industry that are popular, some are not too popular. I don't need to mention the many names you know of the Nigeria, Angola, Gabon, Libya, Morocco, and Egypt, and Ghana, and there are many other countries. And in 2021, these are some of the new oil discoveries that were made in some of these countries. Let me quickly go over. Uh, Namibia discovered 120 million barrels of oil. Cote d'Ivoire, 2 billion barrels. Angola, 250 million barrels. Gabon, it couldn't be quantified, but in the millions of barrels. And Cote d'Ivoire, their president says that he wants Cote d'Ivoire to be a major exporter of oil by 2023. It is predicted that Angola has a potential of 11 billion barrels of, Namibia, of oil that has not been explored. And their GDP will double because of oil discovery in 2040. On the flip side, the Russian-Ukraine war, and the BBC is saying that Russia is flaring up and wasting $10 million of oil, of gas, every day because the gas is not getting to Europe. Also, we are talking about climate change, and carbon footprint has become a part of oil and gas production of every country. You will be assessed based on on your carbon footprints, and also in your energy usage in general. We're also talking about energy transition, moving from fossil fuel to renewable energy. So this is where we find ourselves. And because of the Russian-Ukrainian war, you're talking about high energy inflation now globally. And as Europe is trying to win itself from Russia, there is also a potential for Africa as well, because Africa is discovering more petroleum, oil and gas, and there is also that opportunity for us. So now the investment into petroleum in Africa has become more important, looking at the potential that we have. So my question is to lawyer, please, what is your view, the general petroleum situation in Africa, if you could give us an idea?
Okay, thank you very much. I think that the several speakers who have come to give speeches have set the scene for the current position, the general investment climate. Let me say this as a typical oil and gas lawyer and a private practitioner, and so when you do private practice, you are both a businessman and a legal practitioner as well. And so I had this deal where there was an oil field discovery, and I was supposed to lead the team to go to UK and get investors to come in and invest, and I've already signed my NCND and the necessary agreements. My percentage was there in black and white. Combed the whole of London, got to call all my guys who went to investment in the field, and the feedback was the same. They are no longer interested in fossil fuel. They are moving from fossil fuel to the green, decarbonized kinds of fuel. And so that was about 3 years ago. And for now, it is even more imminent because of the geopolitics and the environmental issues. COP26 that occurred in Glasgow, they are now benchmarks. So by 2050, there will be zero net fossil fuel. And even before then, they are now manufacturing cars and other machines which are not 100% fossil fuel reliant. And so it's close to us. I have the personal feedback where I thought I was going to make some serious millions of dollars by bringing some investors to the table, and they were not interested in it. And then on the national scene, and even on the regional scene, and in the whole of Africa, it is clear that the investment is now moving towards seriously decarbonized fuel, or green energy, or renewable energy. And so we have to position ourselves in such a way that we benefit from, or we are not at the mercy of what would occur after 2030, and so on and so forth. Then we have the fact that in our continent, or on the continent of Africa, there's a population explosion. And the majority of the population is below 30s, let's say below 25. And the youth would want to move away from our antiquated ways of life. And so there's more industrialization. And the political economy of it is that in order to get their vote, you must come up with policies and innovative ideas that will create industry that will get them to be able to realize themselves. And for our continent, you cannot move away from energy. And if you are speaking energy as it is now, you can also move away from petroleum, or oil and gas, or hydrocarbons. So there's this pressure internally of getting more. So McKinsey, for instance, says that the demand is going to grow. All right.
Yeah. And probably peak in 2030, 2040.
Yeah, 28 thereabout. Whereas the demand, global demand, is going to percent. So for Africa, we're going to want more. And that's the pressure there. Then there is this environmental issues, as we mentioned, COP26 and whatnot, which is that the investments are divesting from fossil fuel to greener kinds of energy, to atomic, and to all that. And so that is the pressure. Then we have the Russian-Ukraine war, which also the Europeans are saying that by 2030 they want to move away from fossil fuel from Russia. And then Africa now presents a ready source if we do our homework well. So this is the, if you like, the scenery of investment in the energy sector.
Great.
In Africa.
I don't want our discussion to be centered around the Russian-Ukraine war, because we don't know. It may end very soon, but we're also not sure.
We are praying.
We thought COVID wouldn't go, but COVID is almost going.
Very well.
It tries to rear its head, but we can confidently say we are in the post-COVID era, kind of. But the dynamics have changed. Europe is trying to wean itself of oil, Russian and gas, oil and gas from Russia by 2030. It's still a long way, 7 years. And looking at Paris, the climate change conference in Paris some years ago, and every country had benchmarks, as you're saying, and the COP summits that are coming up, one that was held in Glasgow and all that. Now we are in a fix, kind of. I'm coming to Mr. Jantua. What does it hold for Africa's oil in future? Looking at what is coming up, because I see 3 or 4 key variables. We're talking about 1, energy transition. 2, like you add energy transition to climate change, okay? And number 2, the Russian-Ukrainian war. 3, likely the world is turning its eyes onto Africa to get more oil. The German Chancellor was in Qatar, I think about a week ago, to negotiate for more oil. And winter is coming. I don't know how they're going to even survive now that the Gulf Stream 1 is having issues. So let's fix that one into it. What do you think the future holds? And we'll come to the investment issues.
Thank you. You know, I believe Africa, we are cutting our nose to spite our face. I think Africa as a continent should take the commanding heights. Africa as a continent should take the commanding heights and determine exactly what it is they want to do with their hydrocarbons. We tend to keep following and following and following and are being dictated by others who already have used hydrocarbons to make their countries richer. And it's high time, as African countries, we sat to determine what we really want to do in this cocktail of challenges where energy is concerned. When you look at pollution, Africa is the least polluted continent when you look at climate change. And if we are the least, we need to have an African transition plan, which is for us, and not one that we are following others for. Because, look, there are matured countries in the oil industry. There are nascent countries in the oil industry. And I believe that whatever financing that we require, we can raise that financing in Africa. It just so happens that our leaders are lazy. Our leaders are used to going with a begging bowl to other countries to look for financing. Because if you look at the kind of natural resources we have in Africa, if we were to work together, there's nothing we can't do. Look, apart from the transport sector, oil is used for so many things. It's used for buttons, it's used for plastic spoons, it's used for fertilizer. So many areas. If we don't sit and be strategic as to how we're going to use our oil resources, we would end up having stranded resources left in the ground. We've got to change our mindset and find the right way to use the oil we have in a very conducive way to benefit all. A population of what? 1.3 billion people in Africa. And we know what hydrocarbons have done for other countries that can also do for us. I mean, look at North Africa. Look at what oil has done for the North Africans. Are we saying, irrespective of energy transition, we cannot do it? And we are being dictated to and we are following suit? I think it is something that African countries should sit and make sure that they come out with policies that would help the African people. So you ask the question, we have the AU, what are they doing? We have ECOWAS, what are they doing? The southern region, you have SADC, what are they doing? At this material moment, we should be sitting looking at, so, our banks, how do we get them to be the ones who can finance some of these projects? When you consider climate change and the level of climate change you have in Africa, we are very, very low contributors of it. But yes, I do agree. We've got to link into the world in terms of how they are also looking at climate change. But we have to be very careful. Otherwise, we will get to a stage where we won't even be able to go out and beg for money from anywhere because they would have locked up everything. Look, I asked the question, if the Europes of this world, if the Americas of this world decide that we are not going to produce refined petroleum products anymore, zero, what would happen to us? If at this material moment we don't start looking at how are we going to produce our own refined petroleum products for vehicles we have here and stop the capital flight of importing refined petroleum products from abroad, how would we survive? Because electric cars, with the kind of electricity we have in Africa, electric cars aren't coming into Africa now. We even have to build capacity in terms of maintenance of these vehicles when they come in. So we are at a point where we've got to sit, we've got to strategize, and we've got to see what would work for us in terms of our fossil fuel.
So, you were saying strategy, strategy, and we'll come to some of the strategy because you're talking about future investment in petroleum in Africa. So, Dr. Champon, looking at what has been shared by Amwakwa Buedu and Jantua, I'm thinking about after, because Mr. Jantua is talking about taking advantage of what we have. What advantages can we take as far as the after is concerned when it comes to petroleum? And if you could also factor in with what is happening globally and the potential for the African oil and gas market, I'll be grateful.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. I think, yes, it's quite good to start with the geopolitical side of things and how things are playing out. So both Kingsley and Kwame and the other speakers have highlighted a number of the changes that we're seeing at the global level. So just a year ago, at COP in
we should go our own way. We should strategize and take advantage of what we have. I think this is an exciting time for Africa as far as energy, oil and gas is concerned because of the current global situation. But I would like to ask, apart from, Doc, apart from finance that you've talked about, which is a major thing, how do we, first of all, how do we go by the finance? How do we raise the money for such a huge investment? Because even if you look at the companies that have invested in our oil and gas throughout Africa, I could hardly find a local investor in there. But we say we should own, we should strategize. One, how do we do it in terms of finance? And number two, which other areas should we look at when it comes to investments in our oil and gas? Doc, if you could help us in that area. How do you raise the funds? And beyond funds, what should we do? There are threats to the future of our energy, the oil and gas industry. But coming to you, Mr. Jantua, before I come to Mr. Lawyer Kwama Buedu, it's a simple question. Don't tell me Dangote. Can the African businessman or the government help raise funds, the needed funds, to build our oil and gas industry? Can we do it on our own?
I don't see why we can't do it on our own. We need to be able to structure the economy in such a way that it makes it possible for the private business person to access funding. It can be done. I don't see why we open hand for loans. I don't see that. if we can cut expenditure and invest in those areas where the returns are higher, we would be able to make the money. So I'll give you an example. Any company coming into this country who wants to mine our extractives, and when I talk about extractives, our hard extractives, our bauxite, our manganese, our gold, our feldspar, all these, any company coming in here should set up a processing plant. First point of call.
A processing plant?
Yes. So if you want to mine bauxite, set up the processing plant here. Because we know China want bauxite. They want manganese. We have it here. We would not allow you to export whole. Everything should be done here. Don't you think we can raise money that way?
I'm not catching you. Oh, okay. You are coming to the point. I was going to say, how is it going to help the businessman play a role in the oil and gas? But
so the monies from the refining of our bauxite, manganese, its second phase refining, the monies will go into our banks, wouldn't it? Our banks will become more liquid. Our banks can do syndication. The businessman can now go to our banks and raise money. We cannot take banks out of the equation. They are key. That's why in structuring the financial sector, it should be structured in such a way that it's easier for business people to access funding. And we cannot leave the elephant out of the room. And that elephant in the room currently in Africa is politics. And the way the politicians try to leapfrog over business people. You're a politician, you're there for policy. You're not there for business. If you want to do business, get out of it. But you see that the politicians tend to carve certain areas for themselves at the detriment of business people. It has to change. The narrative and the mindset has to change if we're going to move forward, but because the world is changing. And sadly, in terms of our education, we don't tend to link education to some of these areas that can build our economy. And so you get our young ones coming out of university and they do certain courses that really can't push them forward. We need a complete structural change with regards to how we handle some of these things. And I believe that where energy is concerned, if we sit and we structure it properly, we would be able to get the kind of financing that we're looking for. Look, when you look at the oil fields, you have associated and non-associated fields. Associated fields are fields with oil and gas. Non-associated fields are fields with gas. So, even if we decide right now to start with non-associated fields where we get more gas in, we can use the gas to do so many things that can also raise financing. But remember, we talk about net zero, net zero. I don't think there's going to be net zero. What happened recently with the Ukrainian war? Didn't Germany go back to coal? Didn't they go back to coal?
Interestingly,
So,
I'm not cutting you up. For the first time in a long time, I heard on BBC, they were saying that nuclear power is very, very good.
there
and
it
it's
is.
a long time I've heard this thing.
And you see, that goes to show that we shouldn't just take what they're saying. We should look at what our needs are and how we can satisfy those needs to push the continent forward. And I don't think we can do it country by country. We've got to do it as a continent so that as we're moving forward with everybody. Maybe you would also ask the question, should we specialize in different countries? So, you mentioned Dangote. Dangote is building a huge oil refinery. Should he concentrate on that for Africa? Should Ghana then concentrate probably on electricity, where we have huge gas fields, so we supply electricity? Should one country also make sure that we have certain commodities that they can also supply us, so that there's integration between us and there's no repetition? But you know, I believe that the one thing that will make this particular new phase work is transportation. And what kind of transportation am I talking about? We just talked about AFCTFA. Railway. If we do not get the connectivity between countries, especially where in terms of taking products around the continent. And we also do not get shipping lines where we can also use the sea to also transport some of these things. Then it's going to be a huge challenge for us, because
Excellent.
because even right now, you want to go to an African country, you need to go to a European country to get to an African country.
Going to
It
Mozambique,
doesn't-
you have to go to Lisbon.
Exactly. All that has to change. So the mindset of the leaders that are going to take over from this point on should change, and you should think more of how we push this our continent forward.
Excellent. I couldn't agree with you the more. That's very good. I could take making sure we stick to the right policies and making sure it works. Coming out ways that will make sure that capital is retained in Africa, and through the banks, businessmen can take advantage and rightly invest. So I could get that from what you're saying.
Just to add, just to add, with all the challenges going on with the Ukraine-Russian war, what was one thing that everybody was dying for? Wheat.
Yeah.
Agriculture. Although they have oil, they have gas. Russia has oil and gas. Ukraine too has. It was agriculture. So we have a huge advantage that we should use, that our politicians should direct and get everybody part and parcel of the agrarian sector. I'm sure if we do that, the kind of financing we're looking for, we'll be able to raise in Africa.
That's interesting. You're adding more to the funding, that not only making investments or saving money from the oil and gas investment, but also look at other investment like agriculture, which could raise money for further investment in the oil and gas sector. So, Lawyer, what do you think? Can the African businessman or government achieve this? We know, because as I said, you're looking at the many companies that have invested, Acre, Tallow, I mean, about 90% of them. Maybe businessmen and globally, even in academia, we have said the way to go is partnership. So I don't have a problem with that. But do you think we can raise it on our own, looking at the future?
In the immediate future, I think it is more of partnership. It is more partnership because people will invest in where they can see the returns. But if they don't get the concept of how they're going to see the returns, they'll go to the easier avenues where they can get their returns from. So everyone is going into real estate and several other areas. But when it comes to energy, it is so much of a niche area that you have to break it down to the would-be investors to invest in. And I am encouraged by seminars like this where we are discussing it, so it goes out there and people will get to understand it. For instance, people thought, why don't you go to solar? Because there's so much sun. And now we are breaking it down to what it entails to achieve that. And then people are now holding back from their investments because there's a lot more. It's not just that you put up a panel and it attracts the energy. There's a lot more that goes into it. And so the more we break it down to the business community, then they would want to invest into that. But on the back of that, we must also have our local content policies retuned to the extent that if you're saying someone, Acre Energy or someone else will come and invest, then the person will not be looking at, are you building a clinic in my area, or is there a football pitch in my area?
Or sponsoring some students,
and so, yes,
some
and
people
that's
for school.
all there is about local content. No, or
employing the local
concierge services or culinary services, which is good. There's a lot of money to be made out of that. But we should be looking at much more of increasing our human capital, and that takes a bit of time. But we should expand those avenues that increase our human capital, so that if even we are not going to attract the trillions or billions of dollars into the industry, at least we should be able to get some low-hanging fruits. All right, and even in that, the multiplier effect of that would enhance our abilities to benefit from those industries. And then with time, we can now be looking at it being solely African investors, because for now it is not realistic that to be solely an African investment drive in that industry. But I tend to be very positive in my outlook. All right, and so we have come this far. We are fine-tuning our policies, our local content policies, our investment policies. It got to a time when we said that, for instance, the financial industry, the insurance, you have to go through a conglomerate of Ghanaian insurance companies to do that. That's a right step, but then there are challenges with that. And so let's see how we are able to navigate or go through those challenges and make sure that their benefit is directly felt here. That takes time. That takes a lot of thinking, creativity, innovation, and from the political angle, resoluteness that this is what we want to achieve. And without, if you don't want to comply with that, then you can't be here. And a bit of a mismatch or a cocktail of that approach, and then I believe we can make progress and we can succeed.
Okay. I'm still on you. What percentage do you want to see African businessmen investing in our oil and gas industry, where you think that, oh, we've done very, very well? Just one answer.
I can't possibly give a one answer to this. I want us to make measurable progress.
Okay.
And so it has to be measurable, and then we should be able to concretize that, then we'll move on. It shouldn't be that people rush into it and realize it takes a lot more to get your returns, and then they rush out. We should be able to put in, I would want to see policies that are making sure that we are increasing in our investment, and we are getting returns, and we are being able to get other people to come in.
Great. So maybe I'll come back for my last round of questions. Dr. Champon, everywhere you talk about energy, you talk about production, the word that keeps coming up: climate change, energy transition, climate change, energy transition, carbon footprints. Do you think it is a threat to major investment in the petroleum industry in Africa? Looking at the potential that we have, because more oil fields are being discovered, and I foresee that from now till about 2040, about 28 years, or about 18 years, let me say so, there'll be high demand for petroleum products. Do you think this issue about climate change, which is a reality, we can't go away from that, and energy sustainability and transition, do you think is a threat to the growth in our petroleum industry?
Well, there are two answers to that. The first response being, yes, we are already seeing some sort of numbers that indicate that some of the flows that we expect have begun to reduce a little bit because of concerns about the transition globally. But you also, we have to put this in the right context, right? So Africa collectively has contributed less than 4% of global greenhouse gas emissions. At the same time, we have major issues on the continent, and to address that, you would need financing in all its forms to be able to mitigate or reduce that gap in that regard. And so yes, we have seen some numbers that investors are thinking twice about pulling out of the continent. But I do also agree with you on the other side that the problem is not the lack of resources. Africa has and will continue to discover more oil and gas. Even before the big narrative about the global energy transition, there are a number of fields that have been discovered on the continent that have still not been fully commercialized, and that's partly because of regulatory issues, due to the commerciality of those reserves and resources in that manner. So I support the core really that Africa finds itself in exceptional circumstances, and we must lobby or advocate for some sort of exclusion that allows us to produce our extractive resources, including the oil and gas, to be able to meet domestic energy needs as well as for export. So when you see or hear the Europeans, so for example, Germany and the likes, running all over the African continent looking for gas, you begin to see how they are placing the security, the energy security, and the priorities of their nations first. And I think we also have to do the same, but it has to be a collaborative approach in that manner. Investments definitely we would need. In the short term, we're seeing a bit of a dip in terms of the investment, but that's all dependent on the price of oil and the price of gas on the global market in the next 50 years. Just to finish, interestingly, if you were to do a historical analysis and you look at the forecast of oil price by many of the major global organizations, including even the IMF, many a time the forecast has been wrong in that regard. So that's just a cautionary tale for all of us to note. Thank you.
Thinking about something, should the unpredictability in the pricing of oil, uh, should we be too careful about it as Africans? Because when it was during the time of COVID, Mr. Janto, oil was almost zero. Oil prices in the peak of the COVID. We are just after 2 years now. You can't even get some to buy. In quotes. Should we still look forward and invest more
Well,
as Africans?
the price of oil has got to do with demand, isn't it?
Yeah.
During the COVID time, demand for oil fell.
Yeah.
And so the price also plummeted. Now the price has risen because of the demand for oil. So it depends on what the demand would look like. But I believe that in Africa today, we still need oil for a lot of the things we would do. So even if we were to take the African continent on its own, there would be a demand for it. You know, I was smiling. The reason why I was smiling is because, you know, methane is one of the gases that affect the climatic conditions. And cows produce methane. Do we kill all the cows in the world? No, we can't. Gas has methane in it. Do we stop gas production? No. So we all have to find ways round the challenges we have. And I believe if there is demand, the price of oil will stay up. Then you ask the question, should the price of oil only be determined by developed countries? Is it high time that Africa also looked at how we price oil? Because they are trying to stop us. We need the oil to develop. We tend to base our economies on oil prices. Is it high time we looked at it? So you can see there's a whole gamut of areas as an African continent we need to start looking at, and it is step by step. But one thing I would say is that if African governments are going to do this, they should make sure they bring the people along with them, and shouldn't make it think that I'm the party in power, so I can do it on my own. Information is much more important than any money you're looking for. And if you bring the people along and you let the people understand exactly the direction we are pushing our continent to, it would help all of us. And it would also open potential businesses that haven't even come up as yet. It needs hand-holding, and it needs everybody to be on board for us to succeed. If we don't go down that trajectory, then there could be huge challenges for us going forward.
Great. It's looked like that's your concluding remark. And please, what do you have to say in conclusion?
Well, in conclusion, I have this to say, that the stakeholders must be innovative and creative and have Africa in mind. The geopolitics are always going to be there. One day, no one knew Russia was going to start what it's doing. It had an impact on us. So that geopolitical issues are always going to be there. But we have to look at Africa, what we can do, cut our costs, make our projections, and make sure it is resilient to the extent that geopolitical issues would definitely impact on it, but we will still be on course on what we are trying to achieve. And in doing so, we need to educate Africans in terms of what the industry is about, the challenges we are about to face, the issues, so that we are able to address them with an African approach to solving these solutions. If we don't do that, we don't have that in mind, then we'll always be talking about it and not be seeing or relevant solutions that are reflective of African's approach to it. And I think that is much more important.
Great. Dr. Champon, your final statement?
We need more collaboration, we need more engagement, we need to have all the stakeholders present and share their views, and I'm happy always to be on platforms like this. But as importantly, we need to explain these things to the citizens and to carry them along in the process, because it is them that matter at the end of the day, and it is them who are suffering the worst consequences of climate change. Thank you.
And I'm basically a researcher, but basically I'm a teacher. So let me summarize what the things you've said, the major things you've said. So you said we should own our resources, we should plan and strategize, do the right thing. After, we should take advantage and get the people along. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Lawyer Kingsley Amwakwa Buedu, the managing partner of Amwakwa Buedu and Osei Mensah Law Consult, was one of our panelists. And Lawyer Kwame Jantua, Chairman, Oil and Gas Sector, AGI, and also the CEO of Africa Energy Consortium. And Dr. Theophilus Champon is an energy economist. And myself, I'm Dr. Michael Tufor from the University of Environment and Sustainable Development. Thank you very much. Probably there will be an opportunity to ask more questions later because of our time. Thank you very much.
Let us know. And I hope your questions are also prepared. I've been told that we could give some 5 minutes for Q&A. So if you have any question, please you can join me up here or just be at the right side. There are some microphones also going around. So if you have any question, you can put up your hand. There's one here. Okay, so I hear you're supposed to actually stand here. Yes, yes. Oh, okay. So even if you have the microphone to ask your question, please come up here so we can know the number we are dealing with, because we have just 5 minutes for this session. If you've been given the microphone, please come up here. If you have a question, please come up here.
Dr. Champon, are you there? Dr. Champon, we want to know if you are there.
Yes, I.
Thank you. So we have some few time for.
Okay. Please give them the.
We have time for some few questions. Yeah.
Okay. Listening to the panelists, I get a sense that I should speak. Okay, so I get a sense that anything that we as Africans we want to do, we can do. And I heard you mentioning regulations and the policies. And I was wondering, I mean, who are the policy makers? Are they here? Are they listening to the conversations that we are having? I don't know. So how do we attract the policymakers, the power brokers, to listen to us or to sit at the discussion table and learn more about the issues so that they can draft or develop policies that would sort of aid the direction that we want to go? So that is the question that I have. Thank you.
So the question is, so we take all the questions, then we answer them. Who are the policymakers? Are they here? How do we get to them? Second question, please. We are taking all the questions, then we answer them.
The second time.
Hello.
We are waiting.
Yeah, Amudo is my name. I think mine is not a question, it's a contribution in addition to what Lawyer Kwame said. I think now Africans, we are actually finding a lot of oil field. I think there's a need for us to continue to expand, because if you look at the whole world and then you look at the contribution of gas emissions, you know, if you look at the BRICS countries, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, our contribution to emissions is insignificant. It's less than 4%. And now we have discovered a lot of oil. We cannot decide to abandon what we have and then just look into the future that we are going renewable. Look at the intermittent nature of renewable. If you look at Kenya, their electricity network, because they have a lot of renewables, they are finding a lot of difficulties on the transmission lines. We cannot go that way. Right now, net zero, like Kwame said, is going to be very difficult. Look at the whole world is rushing for oil, gas, because of what is happening in Ukraine. And now we have developed, we are finding ours. Treneboa, Sankofa, and the rest, we cannot abandon that. We have to go for it. If there is any new thing that we want to do, then we have to continue to develop, especially with our nuclear energy that we have in mind by 2030. So for me, I am of the view that Africa should have our own path, and we should continue to have our own direction, rather than to link up with the Western world that we want to photocopy and do whatever they are doing. I remember last year at COP26 in what do you call it?
Glasgow.
Glasgow.
Yes.
When the African leaders went there, and then everybody was giving contribution of what they want to do in terms of their national determined contribution, NDC. I think when you go to our turn, because you want money, the first thing, even though they have promised us money, we ask, where is the $100 billion you promised us? When others were speaking, we are going to transition to renewable by the year 2030, 2050. Any time we are asking for money, we have a lot of money in Africa. We have to develop our infrastructure and get enough energy. Thank you.
Thank you. I think it's more of a contribution. The next one. Please, if you could tell us your name and your organization, that would be good.
Thank you very much. My name is Hassan Timtoni, and I'm a student at the University of Ghana Law School. My question is more of a comment, and then, of course, it will end with a question. I listened earlier to Dr. Godwin, CEO of Business and Financial Times, and he mentioned of the potential Africa has in terms of solar energy. And he went on to talk about a whole lot of potential that the continent is blessed with. But the problem, in my opinion, is the human resource that we have in Africa that is unable to power the potentials we have to be able to lift that to any stage that we want to be. Now, my thinking is it possible we can have, because when I look at the problem sometimes, it has to do with more of financing, in the energy and all sectors in Africa. So is it possible we can, galvanize the African people to begin to explore the opportunity of partnership? Because it looks like one man will have a difficulty creating, a venture that will be able to do a good job for the continent. So if we can explore, the area of partnership. Also, I can't remember one of the speakers, the CFTA speaker also mentioned of the opportunity to, create an avenue where Ghanaian businesses can extend their branches to other countries in Africa. How about if it is a case where, Ghanaian businesses can partner with businessmen in, Nigeria, in Togo, or any other place, as against one Ghanaian businessman extending his business to Nigeria, that alone? How about if we create a platform where we can pool, business people across Africa to, come together, bring their resources together, finance one project that will be able to do a good. How about that? Because it looks like one man really will not be able to do much. And
I think your contributions are more of suggestions, yeah. Your comments, yeah. So we'll take probably the last two. There's a hand. There's one hand here, another hand at the back. So please, you can talk when you're done. Honorable, you can talk. Your name and your organization.
Thank you. My name is Fritz Moses with the Institute for Energy Security, IES. I think my question would continue from what the previous contributors made, specifically with regards to infrastructure. My question is based on the fact that in Africa, we've seen consistently development over the past few decades in our oil and gas sector. Unfortunately, what we haven't been able to do locally is to grow our indigenous capacity to handle this infrastructure that we have been blessed with the introduction of IOCs on our various fields. Of course, we hear conversations like ExxonMobil exiting Ghana and the potential impact it would have on fields in Ghana, for instance. What should be government strategy going forward? Governments across the African countries, their strategies going forward when bringing in IOCs to operate on the field. Should it be like we have always seen, where IOCs come in with their experts to come and work and just give menial jobs that do not really, they are not really in line with the operations of the fields or the various IOCs? What should the government's policies be going forward to ensure that by bringing in these IOCs, we also be able to develop local potential to take up when they are exiting? That aside, also, I have another question with regards to our gas infrastructure. Of course, we understand that globally we are moving into the transition energies, renewable energies, and all that. But before we get there, there's the conversation also going around that gas would be the transition fuel, that moving away from fossils, we would necessarily need to rely on gas before we can get fully renewable energies flowing in our industries, in our homes. What should be the development policy for gas going forward in Africa, in Ghana. We've seen, of course, and one of the panelists mentioned that in Russia they are flaring most of their gas. In Ghana we do same. We flare about 60% of the gas that we are producing.
So what's the question?
So my question here is, whereas we have gas infrastructure, and of course Ghana has not fully operationalized its gas infrastructure and gas fields, I mean, should we have a national or even a continental gas policy that going forward, this is what you want to do, even before we get to the renewable space? So one on building the capacity, what should the new approach be with engaging with IOCs? And then also, what should be the African policy on gas infrastructure?
Great. Great. So please, you take the last one then.
Thank you. My name is Franklin Nanadai. I'm the advisor for nuclear power, Ghana. I'll ask my question from your conclusion. I think that from the discussion it's been established that there is a huge opportunity for Africa in light of transitioning into net zero. And one of the takeaways that you gave to us essentially is planning and strategizing. And I'm thinking wildly, as Africans, really, how do we plan and how do we strategize, especially in these times? I am overly worried, okay, when we come for conferences such as this and we talk in general terms, because if we don't take this general conversation in 5 years' time, we'll come back here and we'll be talking about Africa needs to plan and Africa needs to strategize. Ghana, for example, there is a transition, energy transition ongoing. I don't know, have we engaged them? I mean, and this question will go to lawyer Chantua because of his position. Have you had a chance to interface with them to look at the transition and probably even advise them as in how we can position ourselves and take advantage of this transitioning, looking at our oil resource? Countries like Nigeria, how can they strategize? How can they plan, I mean, to take advantage of these opportunities that we are talking about? For me, I'm very much concerned about the kind of takeaways that we go away with from this conference. And that's why I'm happy with the question that my good friend Tijani asked. Where are the policy makers? Otherwise, this will just be another talk shop. And next year, we'll be here talking about the same thing. Africa's problem still remains. Can we have a bit more bite? Can we have, more people who have the influence to push what we are talking about in such conferences? Thank you very much.
So, thank you very much. So, I don't know whether you'd be in the position to tell us where the policymakers are. Probably the conference organizers will be in the position to tell us, because we may not know all of them. We may know some. I mean, we've been introduced to some of the policymakers and some of the stakeholders. Now the way to go is partnerships. But maybe, Mr. Janto, where are they? And how do we attract them?
A policymaker came in here to give a speech, and the policymaker left.
How do we attract them?
You see, not unless we are able to see what the interests of the people we vote into power are, it becomes very difficult. We don't have a national development plan. So if they're going to do policies, if we had one, it would be to that national development plan that everybody knows about. But if it's to manifestos, then it becomes difficult, because I might not share in the manifesto of a government in power. And to get that individual who is a policy maker to come to a session like this, if it's not of interest to him, he won't come. And this is where I always say that we don't put country before our partisanship. It's so important for us to be able to do that. Move together. It's so important for us to move together. In fact, the presentation the minister gave, there was a lot of information in that. And that if he stayed, and I asked one of the organizers, is the minister going to be on the panel? Because it gives all of us the chance to ask questions with regards to the presentation that the minister has made. And the ministry are responsible for policy. The regulators are those like the MPA, Petroleum Commission. They are the regulators who make sure that policies are brought out and policies are being done. Implementation strategies of these policies are important. And so we need to be able, even after we have done all this, and we put out a communique, we've got to be able to make sure that the policy makers will involve some of the things that we've said here in the communique. And I must say, sometimes they do, because I have been invited to some of the oil and gas programs we've had here, and communiques have been given out, and they have called to say, well, this communique that is given out, there's some good nuggets in it. How do you think we can implement it in some of the strategies that we are looking for? But we need more of it. We don't get too much of it, but we need more of it. And the policymakers should be able to sit through some of these sessions so that they also hear. And for me, what the audience have to say is much more important than people like us who are in the industry have to say, because it affects them. And they need to understand a complex industry like the oil and gas sector. So, yes, we need to get the policy people on board. And it shouldn't end here. BNFT, after this, should try and have a meeting with the Minister of Energy to say, these are some of the things we came up with. How is it going to affect policy going forward? And then invite them to be part and parcel of putting that policy together. Thank you.
We will definitely get there. You have anything to say on that?
Yes, as I said, I have a positive outlook towards that. The fact that we had the minister come in to say something, and I join in what you're saying, that he said a lot of things within that short time. That gives us a view into what policies what considerations they're having and what policies they're coming up with. I think the next step would be to engage them. And having said that, I would say that the business, the Financial Times, should be putting out information there to get the public aware of what is happening. There are a few cases in court which I'm looking at keenly. One being the ENI and Springfield, the other being Gospa and Talo. For the Gospa and Talo, for instance, we're talking about local content. A contract has been awarded to a company, and Gospa was thinking it should go to an indigenous company. Then the legalities, which I don't want to bore the listeners with, becomes how do you define an indigenous company apart from a local company, for instance? And two parties have gone to court. One party would win, the other one would lose. But the effect of that would be on the whole of Ghana and Ghana's ability to take part in the industry, for instance. And so if that is out there and everyone is aware, that would inform us of certain steps being taken. And then it gives us, or the organizers of the event, the clout to now call the policymakers and the stakeholders to engage on a platform like this. And so, as I said, it's a good start, and I think the organizers will get there.
Great. Thank you. Dr. Champon, to you, what are the specifics? The man from Nuclear Ghana said specifics. We don't want the general. I know you may not be able to give all, but what are the specifics?
In fact,
if we are moving forward.
There are a lot of specifics that some of our...
I think you've muted.
Can you hear me? I am on mute.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, so I was saying that there are a lot of specifics that currently exist. The problem sometimes is the harmonization of those policies, right? So one institution or agency may have one policy, another one may be working with an entirely different, policy document, and they don't talk to each other in that regard. And I would even argue, I've been studying and researching on our industrial history, and you can actually see that we actually did better and better planning 50, 60 years ago than we currently are doing in that regard. And it comes down to the resource base. It comes down to the availability of information and the reaching out to different stakeholders and getting their views and that into the policy making process. So I don't think it is lack of specifics. I think it's really rather more of the harmonization of those policies. Thank you.
Looking at the energy transition, how can we build our infrastructure to contain that? Looking at the energy transition that we are talking about, how do you build our infrastructure? Because definitely we are moving into transition, we are in transition. That was the question that was asked. Maybe if any of you want to take up that one, or probably Dr. Champon, if he's there, he will take up that. But if he's not there, you want to take up that?
I'll just say that with the discovery of lithium, it gives Ghana a very huge advantage in that we can now manufacture, if for nothing at all, solar batteries and supply Africa with solar batteries. It's a huge, huge advantage for us. And lithium is not only found in one area of Ghana, Mankasim, Winneba. It's spread all through the country up to the north. And so we should make sure that if we're going to exploit it, local companies should be the ones in the forefront, or good partnerships where we can exploit the advantage of our country. And with lithium, I'm sure, in terms of solar, we'll be able to move forward in terms of transition. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we can give a round of applause to our panelists. They've done so well. Oh, you can do it better. They've done so well. And we're also grateful to you, our audience, for this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Michael Tufor, and thanks to all our panelists. We are going to be taking a quick coffee break, and then after that, we're going to come inside for the second plenary session. So when you step outside, you see that there's some savories out there. You can just munch on something. We have just 10 minutes for that. Then we come back inside for the second plenary session. Thank you. subscribe to the digital version of the newspaper, you put in your name, your email address, and the necessary information you're required, and then our protocol team will come around and collect them when you're done. So anyone who wants to subscribe to the digital version of the newspaper, the forms have been made available for you on your tables. Please fill it, and then the protocol team will come around and take them from you later. So just to elaborate more, the subscription of the newspaper is daily, and so you will be part of the first batch of people to receive the newspaper even before the hard copy goes out. So we encourage that you subscribe to it, and then you're going to get the full newspaper on your mobile phone, on any mobile device, before it goes out. Okay, now that we are settled, we are going to have a brief presentation from Jabesh Emisa Arthur. He is partner at Arthur Energy Advisors. The presentation is going to be on distribution, utilities, and energy efficiency, the prospects for sustainable performance improvement for Africa's distribution utilities. So, Mr. Jabesh Emisa Arthur, if you're ready, kindly join me up here. He is from Arthur Energy. All right. Please, let's give him a round of applause.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My presentation today is going to be about distribution utilities and energy efficiency. And it's going to prioritize a discussion about how distribution utilities across the continent can use energy efficiency and in its entirety to take a view on how to create a sustainable operation in terms of how distribution utilities anchor the electricity systems of Africa's electricity sectors. So first, I want to talk a little bit about the definition of energy efficiency. Under most circumstances, energy efficiency is viewed from the demand side of the spectrum, primarily as a way to reduce the consumption of customers. However, there's an entire side of energy efficiency that tends to be ignored, which is the supply side of the equation. And the supply side of the equation prioritizes primarily loss reduction and reductions in inefficiency from the distribution utilities as well as the transmission utilities. For the purposes of today's discussion, I will be discussing primarily the supply side of the equation and looking at ways in which the supply side of the equation can be made more efficient so that there's a sustainable, a more financially sustainable way of viewing our distribution utilities. So first, we want to have a bit of a discussion about what are the key levers for energy efficiency within the distribution system. And first, we have operational characteristics, right? So primarily, if your energy is more expensive, then every unit of electricity that you lose tends to be more expensive than in a system that is slightly cheaper. And secondly, you have losses themselves, meaning the amount of waste that is encountered. The second lever is the actual cost of the solutions that are being preferred towards dealing with loss reduction and improving energy efficiency and therefore the performance of a utility. And within that, effectively, you have the cost of acquisition and implementation of the solutions that are intended to bring about this change. And the second part of that is viewing the level of abnormal losses and how they are identified within a distribution system. I use the words abnormal losses because a certain amount of losses within the distribution system is acceptable for the purposes of the work that it is intended to do. However, above a certain level, it really becomes abnormal and unacceptable and serves to undermine the operations of a distribution utility. Now, the two together
a mastery of the dichotomy between those two key areas, the solutions characteristics and the operational characteristics, fundamentally determines the financial sustainability of a distribution utility, as evidenced by what we call the benefit-cost ratios and also by the payback period. And these two indicators are critical towards understanding whether the interventions that are being made in energy efficiency for the distribution utilities are sustainable, meaning self-funding or not. So on this slide, we are talking a little bit about the fundamental performance of African utilities. Now, the majority of African nations, I believe in any given year, 46 out of the 54 African nations are considered developing nations. So on this slide, what you see is that effectively the performance of Africa as an average is in the distribution sector, we lose about 16% of all the electricity that comes into the distribution side. Now, what you also see is that for the remaining developing countries of the world, excluding Africa, they outperform us by only encountering about 9% losses on average. The result is that within the African context, we have what we would classify for the purposes of this discussion, abnormal losses of about 7%, meaning the difference between the African average and the developing countries' average for the rest of the world. Please move to the next slide. Okay. Okay. So what we want to look at in terms of the selection of solutions between fixed and mobile infrastructure fundamentally comes down to a discussion about in-grid visibility, meaning your ability to see further down within a distribution grid. Now, what we show here is that effectively a distribution grid is made up of significant sections. Please go back one slide. I want to see the graph. Okay. So with in-grid visibility, if you were operating with fixed infrastructure, fundamentally what you'd end up with is you only see section number 5, which is the incoming end, meaning you have 1 meter and it says you have a little bit of losses within your grid. But with the ability to go further down into the grid is the ability to see the specific sections of the grid and potentially the individual customer premises or sections of the network infrastructure themselves that are causing a higher significance of losses than the other parts of the network. Now, the results of that is with movable infrastructure as an approach, you're able to dial down a little bit further and identify the specific entities so that you are not looking at losses as just the pure quantum, but as the individual occurrences that are resulting in losses within the distribution grid and being able to deal with them appropriately. So in being able to fix, let's say, 2 out of 100 customers, you're able to actually improve the performance of the grid by increasing in-grid visibility for how losses are treated within a grid. Because if you look upstream and all you see is 7.5% losses, it looks like it's reasonable. However, when you dig further down and you find out that 2 of your largest consumers are actually responsible for 100% of the losses, then there's a statistical significance to that gets missed by fixed infrastructure as an approach to energy efficiency within distribution utilities. Now, between the fixed and movable approaches for infrastructure deployment for energy efficiency, there's a fundamental comparison on 3 basic characteristics. The first is the cost and capital requirements. To be able to procure fixed metering, which per unit are at a similar price to mobile infrastructure, to cover the entire distribution grid can become very, very expensive in order to actually effectively monitor the system. So movable infrastructure actually facilitates a lower cost of acquisition as well as a lower cost of operation and deployment. The operational and implementation flexibility enabled by movable infrastructure allows improved coverage as well as improved visibility by being able to dive down through the levels of the grid and identify the specific problems that are in there. So you're not troubleshooting in a broadcast kind of way. Now finally, there's a supporting infrastructure requirement for fixed metering infrastructure. in the form of information technology requirements primarily, as well as office systems that fundamentally doesn't exist for movable infrastructure by the nature of the very design of movable infrastructure. And so now we want to discuss a little bit about why the preferred approach in terms of those measurables comes into existence in this way. Now, the operational flexibility with and without GIS systems for the electricity network is a game changer, because the vast majority of Africa's electricity networks are not nearly as GISed and up to date. Over the last 5 years, we've seen a number of different countries going through interventions aiming at providing GIS information on the grid infrastructure that exists. Now, on the element of the distribution voltage handling, it is important that the selected approach is able to handle all the levels of your typical distribution grid in order to be able to cover all the customers as well as all the infrastructure that exists, so that all of the elements that could potentially be contributing to losses can be dealt with appropriately. In terms of the cost of the acquisition and implementation of the solutions, the cost of equipment, the supporting infrastructure requirements, and the lack thereof help to improve the network coverage that results from mobile infrastructure utilization as a way of implementing energy efficiency. Now, this chart shows a number of the different losses that tend to be encountered within the distribution grid, starting primarily with technical losses, starting with line losses which are incurred within the wires themselves, then transformer core loss, which is normal operational loss within a transformer. Then you have what we call transformer overload, which is when the transformer fundamentally is over its capacity, and then we have phase imbalance. Now, of these 4 technical losses, the first 3, right, so with the exception of phase imbalance, can be dealt with without significant capital cost, meaning a replacement of the infrastructure, either upsizing it or buying additional infrastructure to support. However, the other side of the equation, in terms of non-technical losses, for the most part can be dealt with without any capital requirement, thereby making the solution much more efficient in terms of being able to address it. So an investment in energy efficiency that primarily targets non-technical losses within the distribution grid tends to address primarily non-technical losses where the distribution utilities tend to not have the requirement to put in capital in order to address those issues, thereby retrieving revenues without necessarily having to make an investment. That tends to be a statement piece about it. Now, in our work, we've been using a tool that's called True Grid Intelligence, which is a combination of hardware, software, and the methodology in order to evolve energy efficiency for distribution utilities as a loss reduction measure. What we found in executing some of these around the world in different places is that effectively, over the course of 3 years of implementing, the coverage area that is being targeted, the losses can be reduced by as much as 50%. Now, within Western Canada is a utility that is quite well renowned as one of the best utilities around the world, with some of the best performance indicators around the world. I'm not allowed to mention their name. However, from 2010 to 2014, in utilizing movable infrastructure, even in a network that happens to have smart meters already existing, they managed to reduce their losses by 50% in a way that smart meters, a $2 billion smart meter program, was unable to do. And we think that that is a key lesson to learn, in that simply spending money on smart meters doesn't necessarily mean you find losses, because a great many loss situations can be, how do I say, can occur even in the presence of smart meters. Now, the second is a West African distribution utility, where we were able to do about 6 months of work with this utility, and during the period carry out what we call detailed investigations on 76 customers. And effectively, the investment was about $350,000, and we found $1.5 million in annual losses from customers who all have smart meters. So what that means is that effectively, distribution utilities, even in investing in the highest end metering, are still losing a significant amount of electricity to their highest and best paying customers, either by theft or by other malfeasance. Now, the result of this work has demonstrated, the work that's been done with West African utilities in different countries, Ghana, Sierra Leone, among others, has demonstrated that effectively there is a high return on investment for being involved in energy efficiency using movable infrastructure because of the network coverage and all the other advantages. Now, this chart effectively shows that across the African continent, the West African sub-region is the worst performing region within Africa. And so we took a shot at looking at what would evolve, what would be an energy efficiency program for West Africa, and looking at the benefit cost ratios for each of the nations within the West African sub-region. Now, this analysis involved looking at the cost of a movable infrastructure solution and addressing it across a number of different elements that are the determinants of cost that we discussed. So the higher your tariff, the bigger the benefit for every unit of electricity that is saved, and that goes to the benefit line. And when we look at it, we fundamentally see that the majority of West African nations using movable energy efficiency and loss reduction infrastructure are able to achieve returns on investment that would make any one of us blush. And in our view, the sustainability of a loss reduction initiative is fundamentally that it's able to pay for itself as an intervention and as an intervention method. So this map effectively shows the West African sub-region. Now, what we found was that the best performing utility was Senelec in Senegal, where because of a combination of relatively low losses, a relatively large customer population, and a relatively low tariff, the benefits to Senegal were relatively minimal for implementing a large-scale loss reduction or energy efficiency program for its distribution utilities. However, what you see here is that effectively a large majority of West African nations could benefit at least fourfold on their annual investment in energy efficiency based on the returns that they get. And this value tends to be compounded largely because when you find the losses this year and manage to collect it, you can collect backwards if you have the ability to. But then every year going forward, that revenue is assured for your utility, thereby plugging your liquidity gap. We estimated that fundamentally within the West African region, which would be the worst performing region per one of my previous slides, a $90 million program in ECOWAS-wide energy efficiency programming would yield at least a $360 million benefit in terms of annual cash flows to the utilities that participate in such a program. And we think that this value fundamentally shifts the way energy efficiency should be practiced. If you look in the market for energy efficiency funding, a great majority, if not all of the energy efficiency funding, prioritizes demand-side interventions. Very few, if any, of those demand-side interventions will yield the sort of benefit-cost ratios that we've just discussed for Africa's distribution utilities. And given where many countries find themselves with underperforming distribution utilities, we think that it is quite useful for some of the definition and the application of funding towards demand-side energy efficiency to be put into a place where it can be more sustainably ran as an intervention in the form of supply-side energy efficiency. Now, I want to leave with a couple of different numbers. The total amount of losses within Africa is estimated, if you take just the abnormal losses at 7%, and an average African distribution utility tariff of 14 cents. The total annual losses of Africa's distribution utilities equal about $8.5 billion. $8.5 billion, just for context, is bigger than the annual GDP in 2021 of 16 out of the 54 African countries. And this is about how much in abnormal losses that African distribution utilities are incurring every single year. So I want to close with a couple of statements. In terms of how we view energy efficiency and defining it for the appropriate African future, it is important that supply side or utility energy efficiency is firmly put on the table. It generates a level of return and the impact to distribution utilities that anchor many of our electricity systems is absolutely critical. The second is that the appropriate approach and methodology has to be adopted for dealing with energy efficiency solutions. It's not enough just to buy a whole bunch of meters and deploy them across the network without prioritizing the opportunities within that network that bring the greatest bang for our buck. I want to thank everyone for listening to my very, very short presentation, and thank you all very much.
All right, thank you very much. At this point, we are zooming straight to the second plenary session. So I'm going to be mentioning the panelists, and then they will join me up here. So for our second plenary session, the topic is on distribution, utilities, and energy efficiency, a path to financial sustainability of Africa's electricity systems. The panelists are Dr. Ni Dako Asante. He's partner at Integritas Limited. Please give him a round of applause. And then we have Dr. Robert Sogbaji, Deputy Director, Nuclear at Alternative Energy, Ministry of Energy, Ghana. Please give him a round of applause too. Mr. Ishmael Ejekum Hine, Executive Director at Kite. Please give him a round of applause. And then Engineer Kwekwa Watri. He is the former Managing Director, Talo Ghana. Please give him also a round of applause. And for our moderator, we have Mr. Kwame Jantwa, CEO, African Energy Consortium Limited.
Just before I came up, I was telling one of the organizers that these are big boys, so how am I going to ask them questions? But I will try my best. Welcome. Can I have, is there an extra chair there? No. I wanted Jabesh, but anyway, there's no extra chair there, so probably I'll call him from this side. Now, the three of you, when we look at your history in the power sector, Dr. Asante, you have been technical regulator, am I right? Kweku, you have been on the generation side, yes? And Ishmael, you have been of late on the tariff side, although you have had quite a long stint with regards to civil society and petroleum and the power sector. So the question I'm going to ask you, I would want you to answer it in your specialty areas. And I will start with this. Distribution losses by sub-region, and I reckon we are looking at Africa as a whole with electricity. North Africa, 16.5%. West Africa, 35.7%. East Africa, 25.3%. Southern Africa, 28.5%. Central Africa, 33.9%. If we were to situate electricity utilities within AFTA, the question I want to ask the three of you in your various areas, is Africa ready with regards to electricity, and after? Are we ready? I'll start with you, Dr. Asante.
Thank you. Ready, as they say, ready or not, you still have to be ready. I think...
On the regulatory side, I mean, technical regulation, which is your specialty.
You know, in terms of being ready, the issue is more a question of the costs, the resulting cost. High losses implies a higher cost of power. But because the actual supply cost itself, as in the generation cost itself, is not uniform, and the extent to which the tariff is passed on to consumers is also not uniform across the region, the readiness does not so much depend on losses alone. However, in the context of being able to compete, you have to keep reducing your costs so that the industries producing stuff will be competitive. And in that sense, I would say we are ready because we are aware of the problem, and it's only a question of being able to continue addressing it. So on the regulatory side, I believe the distribution companies have been compelled to take some action. Unfortunately, the action they tend to take tends to be the more expensive kind. If you remember, during Javesh's presentation, he talked about the technical losses tend to require significant capital investment. Well, here in Ghana at least, the preference has been to go for high capital cost projects to reduce technical losses, whilst distribution losses, as in the non-technical losses, probably keep increasing. But whenever they try to do something about it, there's a backlash. And I'm sure we all remember hearing about Somanya, which I think is still unresolved, and for NEDCO, Tamale issues. So there is another cost to reducing non-technical losses, which is whether you call it social, whether you call it political, but there's some cost to it, which probably we are not yet ready to address.
What do you call it? Is it more social, or is it more political, or there's a balance of the two?
It's a balance of the two, but the real reason is that the rest of us sitting here are not too bothered either way, so it continues.
Should we be bothered?
You are paying for it.
Do we know we are paying for it?
Well, you know
and
now.
Do we assess that we're paying for it, or it's insignificant to us?
It is very significant. We either pay for it directly through the tariff, or indirectly through taxes, or through economic disruption as we are having now. It's very simple. It has to be paid one way or the other.
Kwaku, you have been one who has generated electricity through VRA. How do you see it? How do you see impending losses, and how do those impending losses going forward affect where we want to go with AFTA and the likes of bringing Africa together?
Thank you, Kwame. Maybe a small qualifier. So VRA does own 100% of NEDCO, and NEDCO, for those of you who are familiar, does distribute electricity to 2/3 of the country, even though it's about maybe 10–15% of the revenue of distribution. So as VRA, we are quite familiar with the challenges around distribution. To your question, it's hard to say we are ready. It's hard to see that we are ready. I think we would like to be ready. I think organizations like the West African Power Pool, even the African Free Trade Organization, are attempts for us to have that regional network to allow us to be ready. If you read ECOWAS, WAP's reports on electricity generation, supply, demand, you will see that the generation and supply in the sub-region has pretty much stayed flat. You will see that our losses have actually increased. You will see that the trade within countries has also decreased. This is in the last 5 years. You can pick up an ECOWAS, a WAP report, and you'll see that for yourself. And why is that? I think the challenges of the individual distribution entities across the continent, take West Africa, which we know, are pretty much the same. High technical losses, lack of cost-reflective tariffs, governance that we could improve dramatically. And if you go back in time, I mean, when I was a CEO of VRA, the losses at NEDCO and ECG were over 30%. That's 10 plus years ago. If you look at a ECG or a PURC or an Energy Commission report, they haven't really changed. So you say to yourself, in the last 10 years, we actually haven't made any progress to improve the efficiency of our distribution sector. You have to ask yourself, how did that happen and why is that? So we would like to be ready, but I'm not sure we are.
How long do you think it would take us to be ready?
How long is a piece of string, right? Yeah. A lot must change.
Has it got to do more with the kind of policies in place? Has it got to do more with the implementation of these policies? What is keeping us where we are and marking time?
So I've been in workshops run by, let's say, the World Bank and other international institutions. And I quite remember a few years ago I was in one talking about the efficiency of the sector, maybe about 4 or 5 years ago. And the report that they put out, let's say in 2016, was almost identical to the report they put out in 2005. Same issues, same symptoms, same challenges, 10 years. And when they made their presentation, sorry to pick up on ECG, the person from ECG says, but we know all these things. We know all these things. So knowing and knowledge is not the problem. Even the technical capacity to address these issues is not the problem. We have the capacity to address these problems. I would characterize as institutional will, management capacity. I'm not talking technical capacity, management capacity, governance, financial sustainability. These are the things that carry us to solution. If they're not all there, we will stay where we are.
That's a very difficult outlook to take. But Ishmael, you tend to deal with the revenue side of things in terms of setting revenue standards, in terms of tariffs. How do you see tariff regimes across Africa in making it possible for us to achieve this type of electricity via industrialization that we're looking for? Is it a challenge? Do tariffs seem to be synonymous with each other? Or is it more that one country has a certain tariff as opposed to another country and makes it difficult to be able to string it together?
Okay. Kwame, the man sitting next to you, right next to you, is also involved in revenue tariff setting, so...
We can come back to him after you answer.
Don't be jumping him and be asking me.
You're currently with PURC, so...
He's also with PURC, so I'm just blowing his cover so that you don't...
He will add on to
you don't direct all the questions to me. And also, I was introduced as a CSO person. I wish I could wear that hat.
Yes, you can. Look, Ishmael, you can delve into the CSO.
But unfortunately, I can't do that now that you've also introduced me as somebody who says tariffs.
Oh, no, you can, because you have two different sides of the coin.
That's just by the side. Yeah. The truth of the matter, and just to link your last question to the previous set of questions I've asked, is that we are not ready to take advantage of the AFTA because we will not be competitive. We're not going to be competitive because our tariffs are high, and the typical example that you need to see is you have industries who are relocating from Ghana, for example. AGI will tell you some of the industries are moving because at the price point, which incidentally the utilities don't think is sufficient, is still high enough to drive businesses away, and it's as simple as that. And when you ask Dr. Asante whether the cost of the losses are high, they are huge. If you look at the tariff as gazetted, you notice that what we call the distribution service charge 2 is actually higher than the distribution service charge 1. And the distribution service charge 2 is what you are actually paying to recover the losses. So anytime you think about losses, that is the number and that's the figure that you need to be looking at. And it's high, and you don't see the full picture because what you see there is actually the regulatory benchmark, which is 21%, whereas the actual losses is around, in the case of ECG, was 29%. Wow. And Greek, Netco is actually higher than that. So that's the problem that you saddle with. So when the regulator said we can even do a certain percentage, and the utility is actually not even being able to do that, it's a problem because ultimately the loss goes to add to what we're calling legacy debt. I mean, we've fallen in love with that word, and we say it's legacy, and literally saying that we are piling up the debt for the future people to come and worry about. So we keep adding to the legacy debt, and that's the root cause of the problem. We're not making a lot of progress because you asked whether it was a social or a cultural thing. In the north, the problem is different because just like Somenyam, where people feel that I didn't know that Akosombo was actually at Somenya. I didn't know until recently that Akosombo that we know is actually somebody had promised some people that they won't pay electricity. That's the root cause of the problem. In the north, it's a cultural thing. They didn't think that the electricity was supposed to be paid for. That's what we are trying to understand. And I can bet my last peso that there are people in this room who have connected electricity illegally.
Is that true?
Oh, it's true.
Show of hands. Show of hands.
So you see, you know why? The highest, if you go to East Legon, where I believe most of us are living, the illegal connection there is actually higher than maybe Nima.
But who caused some?
Who caused some?
Yes.
Who caused some is that the people who are causing them is those who want to have air conditioners in their rooms and not want to pay for the cost of the energy they use.
And they offered by people who come from ECG to read their meters, and they offered that.
Kwame,
they just get up and say, come and
Kwame,
give me a lower tariff?
If I come to you and I tell you that let's go into armed robbery, and you follow me and you're arrested, are you going to tell me that, oh, it was this guy called Ishmael who came and sold the idea to me? No. I mean, this is pure theft. What Jabesh was showing, in fact, in Ghana, our technical losses last year was 9%. According to ECG's own 9%. So the 20% of the 29% losses is non-technical losses. It's as simple as that. Meter tampering, theft, and all this inefficiency, and how we seem to have put all our hopes on smart meters, like you were saying, and there's demand for more of these smart meters, when in actual fact the cost-benefit analysis doesn't show that we probably should be pushing a lot of the money into that. You know, so, I mean, across Africa, the problem is that the tariffs, you know, if you want to talk about competitive tariff, how do you talk about competitive tariff when your currency is depreciating when your inflation is going through the roof? How do you do that? When you know that right next door, Sierra Leone, people are demonstrating because electricity tariffs have been increased. How do you do that? So we're not ready, and if you are not careful, we will end up having a system where, at least in Ghana, I know that we wouldn't be able to take advantage if it's industrialization we're talking about, because the price point for a unit of electricity, it's higher, relatively higher. And part of the problem, again, we are here talking about competitiveness. Part of the problem is the fact that we have a tariff structure that allows you and I to pay lower than the people who are using electricity to do business. So whereas before the last tariff, the non-residential tariff in some cases is in excess of 1 cedi 63 pesos. The residential was around maximum 84 pesos. Okay? It is not as if it costs more to supply electricity to the industry. It's actually the reverse. But that's the structure that we have, and I believe there's a commitment now to reverse that trend. I know there's a problem that we need to deal with as regulators, because people are not going to be happy. And that's the reason why the average increase of the last tariff was, even though it was 27%, the residential increase is around 30-something%. That has to be clawed back, and that trend will have to be reversed. We cannot continue to have a situation where industry is paying more, because then we can't create jobs and there will be no after. So that will be my preliminary comment. But as we sit in this room, if you don't hear anything, you don't hear anything from me, I think we are all part of the problem. And we shouldn't pretend that, oh, ECG is inefficient. ECG, anytime you are contributing to the problem, you're actually helping ECG to become inefficient.
Would you then say, all three of you have given your points of view, and the way you were talking about it, it looks as if we're not ready. Is after a smoke screen? Would you say it's a smoke screen?
No, it's a good thing that, like every good thing, we as a people, we end up either bastardizing it or not positioning ourselves well to take advantage of. I mean, let me give you a classical example. I don't think God made a mistake to bless us with so much riches. It wasn't a mistake. You were talking in your previous session about lithium. And I was asking myself, Kwame, you're excited about lithium. I remember when we got oil, you and I, we were PIAC, civil society, we make sure that we get it right. Okay, if we are yet to get it right, I'm yet to see. But
PIAC has done a good job anyway.
Say that again.
PIAC has done a good job.
Excellent work. But the problem that I'm talking about is that after is a fantastic idea. We have to position ourselves to make sure that we take advantage of. So if we have inefficiencies, otherwise the South Africans and the Moroccans and the North Africans, they will be the ones benefiting from after. It's not a bad idea. We need to bring these markets together, remove all artificial barriers, and be able to do business with ourselves. That's a fantastic idea. But just like everything that works elsewhere but doesn't work in Africa, we need to tackle the root cause. How many years has it taken ECOWAS to do ECO? They say something called convergence zone, right? We've never converged. And we keep diverging, we never come in together. So the problems that we're having, and we have brains. I mean, somebody said one of the questioners was asking whether we have the human resource. We do have the people. We honestly have the people. We are a country where every year we train more than 120 or so. Is it 20? How many engineers are we training every year from the KNUS? Plenty. Plenty. And you have engineers who are actually doing NAPCO and all of that. Look.
And driving Ubers.
Driving Ubers. That's so human resource is not a problem. After is a fantastic idea, but in fact, in the case of Ghana, we've actually brought the headquarters here. It's here. So very soon you realize that we'll turn around and be hitting the building that is sitting right in the middle of crowd because we will say that after is part of our problems. No. It's because we were not ready to take advantage of after. Nobody will be able to produce with the kind of electricity tariffs we have here and be able to sell competitively anywhere else. Because where the right next door, Cote d'Ivoire, go check, go and ask the chocolate businesses at the free zones how much they are paying in Cote d'Ivoire and how much they are paying in Ghana. So,
Kwaku, what would you say?
I mean, I think Ishmael is not wrong and my colleagues are not wrong. We would like to be ready, but we're not.
With regards to AFTA, is it a smoke screen?
I wouldn't say so. I think any attempt to do regional integration is a good thing. I do think it's early days for AFTA in terms of setting the guidelines, the frameworks, the legal underpinnings. But it's a beginning, and to the extent that it motivates individual countries to be ready, we need it. And you know, given that it's going to lower trade barriers across the region, that's positive for us. In general, we're not going to be able to compete with the Chinese or the Indians and whoever else, but we can compete among ourselves. And I think that's why AFTA is a good thing. And so I see it more as a pull where it challenges our individual countries to be ready for it, whether it's in tariffs, whether it's in harmonization of electricity code, technical standards across the region. Only AFTA can provide that. And so it's something that it's for us a good thing to work towards.
Doc, is it a smokescreen? And if you have anything to add with regards to what Ishmael said on the tariffs.
I mean, the idea of ready or not ready, is it a smokescreen? I see it a bit like having light and not having lights. When you have an untidy room in the dark, you think you are fine. When the lights come on, you see where the problems are and you can fix them. Are you ready for the lights when your room is untidy? Yes, because it will help you do what you need to do. So I completely agree with what they are saying, but I still think we are ready in the sense that we know what to do. And the lights are showing us that we are not competitive. So we need to make the changes. We are not where we should be, but if AFTA is going to succeed, it will mean each of our countries in Africa will have to change the things which make us uncompetitive. And one of the things Ishmael referred to is high tariffs to industry. So we have for many years decided that it is we, the general public, who need to be cushioned against the economic, what do you call them, hardships or the economic shocks of the world. Because we, the people, are the ones who the government works for, and we are the ones who vote for the governments. But I think the realization is coming that the little money we have comes from our jobs, and that also comes from the employers who hopefully produce something and are able to employ us. If they go bust, so do we. And as Ishmael said, the imbalance is being redressed. It's a sign that we know we need to be competitive. The facts of the matter is we are not where we need to be, but hopefully, and maybe I'm a little optimistic, all of us here are willing to push our governments in all our countries to make sure our industries become competitive so that they can employ us rather than NAPCO or some other scheme which by its very nature is very limited. If our industries are able to grow and be able to serve a bigger market across the whole of Africa, that is when we will prosper as individual countries. And yes, AFTA will then not be a smokescreen. It will be useful.
So my next question, if I place it within Ghana, you technocrats might not want to answer it. So I'll place it within Africa. The elephant in the room is, has politics got anything to do with where we find ourselves? Is it the politicians who are creating some of these challenges that doesn't allow the industry to be able to overcome some of the challenges that we face? I will start with you, Kwaku.
Of course, it has to be the political framework we put in place on any number of levels. I think you could start with, we have politicized the public service, and we all know that, you know, you're in for 4 years, you're out for the next party comes, a new set of people. It didn't always used to be that way. And I think one of the speakers earlier on in the day made mention of how the country did its best long-term planning 50 years ago. We've thrown that idea, that concept out the window, and we've thrown the means of achieving our long-term plans out the window as well. So if we continue to politicize the public service and we change people every 4 or 8 years, there's no continuity, the vision changes, the frameworks change, we endanger whatever it is we are trying to achieve. And I think it starts from there.
Ishmael, do you think it has any bearing on some of the challenges you brought up in terms of the politics, not only in Ghana, but also in Africa? Since you're also with CSO, you've traveled far and wide, and you can give us some perspectives with regards to other African countries and with politics and the energy sector.
Kwame, you are a politician, right?
I'm not a politician here.
Of course, Kwame, politics is part of the problem. In fact, it's a major part of the problem. You know, our utilities are publicly owned, right? So the chief executive officers are appointed by the government.
Is that a challenge?
Well, to the extent that we employ the right people there, it wouldn't be a challenge. But if you don't put the right people there, and if those people are not accountable, I mean, for example, I don't want to be personal here, but if I'm the CEO of a utility that is consistently running losses beyond even what the regulator says they should do, which is generous even in itself. I mean, ever since I got into this space, the total system loss that is allowable by POS is 21%. So what it means is that even before we start off, we say that we are allowing that 21%, you can be inefficient to that level. And you still go and do 29%, okay? If you don't feel that doing that is tantamount to you losing your job, then you still present your annual reports and you are still fine. Life goes on, right? And it's only the appointing authority who can get rid of the people who are running the utilities. That's one. The appointments to boards and how the boards are able to provide leadership and oversight over these people is part of the problem. I mean, any board that is supervising a utility or a state-owned entity that is not doing well should be worried. I mean, if you put me on your board and you are not doing well, I won't be happy to come for meetings, and at the end of the year you come and bring me something as a board member when I know the business is not doing well. So politics is a huge part. One problem that politics, I mean, for example, how do you ignore politics when you are doing tariffs? Sometimes it's a lack of political decisions and ability to push through some of what is considered to be cost reflective. Of course, how do you, for example, do a tariff that says the electricity tariff have to go up when the workers, they are asking for COLA of 15%, that took them 2 weeks to get a COLA of 15%. How do you announce a tariff that says go and pay 37%? The ripple effect is that you're going to put more pressure on the government to find more money for workers. So politics, let me tell you the truth, politics is part of the problem. Both positive and negative, it is part of the problem. And it's also part of the solution, right? You need to have, we were asking about where the decision makers are, okay? So we need to have the decision makers knowing that they have a key role to play. And the commodity that we are dealing with, the energy sector, if we don't take care, when the energy sector goes down, it goes with all of us. And in this country, we know what Dumsor did to every one of us. And I'm telling you that the sector is not in any better shape than what led to Dumsor. So please, let's sit up. And now that we have lights, everybody, I mean, only about a week when ECG wouldn't allow you to buy power, you saw the confusion in the system. It tells you that we wouldn't want to go back to that era. But look, politics is part of all of that. Look, I'm saying that once somebody appoints the people who are in charge of the utilities, politics is a factor. Politics will determine whether you should pay cost-reflective tariffs or not, because the regulator can do the math and say that this is how much everybody has to pay, and politics can say that, okay, we will take 15% of that, and that will mean diverting money meant for something else to be providing direct subsidy. That's politics. It's not economics, that's politics.
Doc, is it realistic, taken from what Ishmael has just said, is it realistic for politicians to then try as much as possible not to allow voters, and I can use the word voters, pay that right price? So, 37%. Oh no, don't pay 37. Give it to them at 20. Is it realistic?
Well, it depends on what you mean by realistic, but the politician would argue that they are listening government because the population doesn't want to pay and they are listening. So the reality is, we say politics. I have a different view of what we call politics. I was in the public sector for 8 years at the Energy Commission, and watching the energy landscape, even before I went there, I noticed a strange act, which was that there was absolute consistency in the way we handled electricity pricing. It didn't matter whether it was NPP in government or NDC in government. The opposition would say tariff can come down, and the government would say, you know, we are doing the best we can. And it didn't matter who was playing which role. The one in opposition will say, when we come in, we'll reduce it drastically. And so when they come in, they are forced to do some sort of reduction. And we were consistently voting for the one who says, I can reduce prices drastically. So who is cause and who is effect?
So it's a Ghanaian thing.
Well, you can do the analysis for yourself.
What do
Would
you say?
have voted
What
for
do you
someone
say?
who says, when I come, I will increase prices so that you pay the real price? Would you have voted for them? So you've answered your own question.
Really?
It's that simple. We are responsible for the governments we have. We vote for them, and they hear us. And so, we get what we vote for. The reality is that electricity costs money. It's not free. Yes, the government can tell you it will take the increase. But because you pay for it through taxes, or through not having drugs in your hospitals, you are comfortable with it. That's the reality. Nobody is going to tell you that I'll take the money I was going to use to build roads or to put drugs in the hospitals to give you cheap electricity. They won't say that. They'll just say, I'll give you cheap electricity. Or they won't tell you, I'm going to borrow into the future so that you can have cheap electricity. And yes, in a few years later, you'll have to go to IMF. They won't tell you that. But that is reality. There's no free lunch anywhere. When the legacy debt is built up, eventually we have to pay it. So the reality is, yes, it's politics. But the other side of politics is that because we are in a democracy, we the people have a significant amount of power. When there was Doomsaw for 3-4 years, there was Stop Doomsaw demonstration or something. There was a demonstration, or wasn't there? Has there ever been a demonstration against rising utility losses?
Maybe the people don't understand what it means.
Yes,
and it's not communicated effectively enough.
There have been strong arguments about we should not pay for the inefficiency of the distribution utilities. I've heard that many times. We are very aware of those losses. All we don't want to do is to pay for them visibly, which means we are willing to pay for it through poor services, poor health, poor roads. We are willing to, because you have to pay for it. The IMF is not going to pay our debts for us. Nobody is going to pay our debts for us. It's you and it's me. So yes, it's politics. But we are also playing the politics wrong. If we want cheap electricity, we pay for it before it becomes a debt. Because when it becomes a debt, you are also going to pay interest. And that is reality. If we don't pay for it and we want industry to pay for it, we'll pay for it with low employment and poor salaries. There's cause and there's effect. The advantage of democracy is that we have a role to play in the governments that we have. I'm sure some of us are old enough to remember the days of control price. And as I say, in those days, there was COVID in the shops because the goods were socially distanced. You go into a shop and you see a lot of shelves. Some of you haven't seen that. But yes, you didn't see things in supermarkets. You saw a lot of shelves. Today we have goods in the stores. But maybe sometimes the prices are high. But if you go back to that time and you remember the commentary, oh, we can't afford it. What use is the goods in the shops if we can't pay? We were consistently telling the government of the day, which was not democratic, not to liberalize prices. Today, I'm not sure would vote for going back to control price. But maybe some of us who did not live in that day would vote for it because it would mean our prices would be low, but the goods would not be there. Today, we have liberalized fuel prices. And many of us complain, the prices are always going up. But that is reality. And I think as Africans, as Ghanaians, we have to start dealing with reality and holding those who can bring costs down accountable. The leaders of our utility companies. Let's take them out of the shadows and hold them accountable. And yes, we the regulators would have to do that as well. But without the help and the pressure from the people, we will stay where we are.
Okay, I've just been given notice that my time's up, but if you'd bear with me, we can't leave here without either of you making comments on energy transition. Is it feasible, Doc? Is energy transition feasible?
It's feasible, but again, in most cases, it comes with a cost. And actually, maybe it's not a higher cost. It's just the pain of change. So there are a number of ways in which we in Ghana can move to having more renewables. There's, of course, the large scale, which has to be paid for in terms of sometimes higher cost, but now actually the cost is quite competitive. But more importantly, there's also the opportunity for us to do it at the point of consumption, whether we put solar on our roofs, but especially with industry investing in solar or any other form of renewable. And I believe on the whole, we are ready to do it, but at the moment the resistance is coming primarily from the distribution companies that fear that if we all invest in solar, they will go out of business somehow.
Kwaku, you at VRA have looked at solar, so
I don't think we can avoid the energy transition. It's all around us, and we will see it in how investors invest in the sector, what technologies they will vote for or not vote for, and just general trends. The good news, if you like, is that Africa as a whole has the smallest footprint in terms of carbon emissions. And you could argue the shortest way to get to net zero, which is probably true. And I also think what we will see more of, because that's happening around the world as well, is that the energy transition entails basically a change in the model from these large centralized systems to much more decentralized solutions, whether it's solar or wind, battery storage, hybrid mini grids. That's also occurring all around the world, and it's happening here as well. And it does require, especially this idea, electricity is not just flowing one way anymore. It's flowing bi-directional. You can generate solar and put it on the grid, or you have batteries. So it really does require our utilities to be much more digitally, technologically nimble. It requires much more decentralized ways of thinking, and that's coming. But I don't think we can avoid it. We just need to be ready for it.
Ishmael, you are already in renewable energy, so what do you think?
It is feasible, Kwame. It is feasible, and also there are different pathways which are clearly mapped out. You can decide to choose different pathways, and it will take you there. It is very feasible, but you also don't want to risk your energy security and compromise that because you pursuing energy transition. It has to be a balancing act. You need to look at the menu of options and decide to choose which one will best allow you to transition. There are clear low-hanging fruits that needs to be grabbed. Jarvis was talking about energy efficiency. It's always been a win-win situation. And thankfully, it's also part of the menu. And in Ghana, we use energy very inefficiently. So that's a pathway that we can tread. We have solar, and the utilities are demonstrating that we can have utility scale. There's room for distributed systems as well. And I think the good thing is, like everything in Ghana, we are among the first to prepare a plan. So we've started our energy transition plan. So at least let's have a roadmap and see the pathway that we want to choose, and let's have a debate. I know there are a number of stakeholder engagements going on around the energy transition plan. Clearly, we can't swim against the tide, and let's see how we can take advantage of that. The other good thing too is that if we position ourselves well, there is also financing out there that we could plug into. And we can't pretend to be living in an island. Let's have our pathways defined and see how we can go along with what everyone else is doing. But the transition will have to be smooth. You can't have any forced landing and abrupt landings. Let's make sure that we're following our own pathway that is consistent with what our developmental aspirations are.
So an African transition. Okay, 3 questions. Yeah, give them a clap. I mean, they've done a fantastic job. So, three questions. 3 questions. Anybody for takers? You had an advantage the last time round. Give somebody else an advantage. Yeah? In fact, we want a lady. I don't see the ladies talking. No? No? Okay. Bring the mic to this gentleman. Doesn't look as if they are okay with. Sorry, I'll come to you.
Thank you very much, Kwame. I think that mine is a contribution. I'm just contributing to what you've just discussed. I think, in my opinion, the losses in the energy sector is going to be a process. There's not going to be any end to it. Why? Because if you look at the technical losses, which is feasible, which is only 9%, and then the non-technical is about 20%. If you look at Somenia and even the northern part of Ghana, people are not willing to pay electricity bill. And it is very difficult for you to go and then take the money because when you go say, my government says I shouldn't pay, my party is in power. These are political issues. And it is very difficult to find a lasting solution. For me, I see it to be a process. Those of you who have read the Energy Sector Recovery Program report, it is stated in that only the lawsuits alone cost Ghana $400 million every year, which the technical losses is very small as compared to the non-technical losses, because we are not willing to pay the electricity bill. Some of you have done illegal connection, and you are not paying. And this is a big challenge for all of us. So how are you going to solve this? How are you going to find a solution to this? It's going to affect everybody. So if you look at the energy sector, the debt, the bill is getting close to $13 billion by this year. And it's something for all of us to be worried about. For me, I'm very worried when I read those papers. So we have to, I don't know whether we have to educate our children from the beginning for them to have that mindset. If not, for the technical problem, we can solve it. But on technical, which we are not paying, is difficult. Thank you.
Are you educating your children? You're educating your children.
There's a hand back there.
Where? No, there was a hand here first, so you go. Who are you, please?
So two quick things.
Can you introduce yourself, please?
So my name is Harriet, Mr. Arthur, Executive Partner, Arthur Energy Advisors. Now, two quick things. I think Dr. Asante talked about after it's a good thing. If it's going to succeed, all the countries will have to make it. My slight variation to it is that it's a good thing. It's those who want to succeed who are going to board this bus and succeed. But it's not going to wait for anybody. The number two thing is that the question I wanted to ask the regulators especially is that is the regulator interested in the cost of the intervention that the utilities put in place? Because as has been noted, we give the utility a free hand to address the loss, even at a loss, a bigger loss. And I think that the regulator should be able to interrogate the methodology that is used to make sure that it makes management sense. So my question to you is that are you interested? And do you reward efficient resolution of the problem, or for as long as some steps are taken, you're happy?
So that question will go to both you and Dr. Asante. Last question. Who's the last person?
My name is Sophia Abnatijani. I also have a question for the regulators, but I'm not sure whether, Doc, you are still with Energy Commission. You have moved. Okay, so this question is actually to the Energy
Once a regulator, always a regulator.
Okay, so recently I just found out that apparently SF6 gas is more harmful than CO2. And we all know that we have SF6 in our circuit breakers. So what is regulation doing in terms of, I wouldn't say replace them, but I mean we should have a plan if we are really contributing to climate change, because I learned it's like 200 times more harmful than CO2. So what are we doing in terms of regulating the SF6 gas breakers that we bring into the country? Thank you.
Okay, so Ishmael and Doc, and if Kweku has anything to add to the questions, he will. So Ishmael, let me start with you.
So Harriet was asking whether the regulator is interested in, yes. We spent close to 5 months looking at the tariff submission because of some of those things, and there are a number of interventions that the utilities were asking money to do that we didn't allow, because we didn't think in terms of what we saw to be the problems, the proposed interventions were actually going to address that. So for most of their capital expenditures, which had to do with things that we didn't agree with, we didn't allow that. What the regulator is saying is that now we're going to demand their investment plans that needs to be vetted before even the tariff period, so that it's only what is approved by the regulator, because it's the regulator's responsibility to vet that before you can allow them to recover. They have to go spend the money and then it's recovered through the tariffs. So this time around, and in the previous board that I sat on, something that we're paying attention to. Not only electricity, water. Ghana Water wanted to do several things that we didn't allow in this particular tariff. So we are very interested, and we also know that sometimes they tend to go in for fanciful things that probably wouldn't solve the problem. So we're paying attention to that as well.
So what's up? Yeah. So yes, I think Ishmael has answered that question. I'll just second that. Really, it does take a lot of scrutiny to look at all these plans. And one of the things is obviously there is not enough time. So one of the changes is to try and get these capital expenditure projects at least a whole year before a tariff decision, so that they can be scrutinized in more detail and some sort of cost benefits analysis provided as well. So that would enable proper scrutiny of the benefits of some of these interventions. As regards the CFCs and so on in the insulators, it's not something I'm particularly aware of in terms of which ones contain. I'm not aware of any specific regulation that the Commission has put in place in terms of either banning or requiring them to use probably novel insulators that do not contain this, but I'll certainly follow up with the Energy Commission to find out what they are doing with it. I believe, however, that some of these things are being phased out by manufacturers anyway because of the potential for global warming, but I'm not specifically aware of any regulations that have been put in place on that.
Ishmael, Kweku, Doc, thank you for being my panelist. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. The lady is not here. Okay, let's continue the conversation. Kweku, did you have anything to add to that, or was there anything? Not for the regulators. Okay. Yes. Do you have any examples? Well, it doesn't matter. Okay. You want to
my comment is sort of as follows. I mean, you led with it, Kwame, which is what's the elephant in the room. I don't believe that any of us believe that you can make decisions without a political filter on it. Those are our leaders, and whether we're responsible for them or not, those are the people we voted for. But I do think that there are any number of interventions that can make the management of the sector more efficient. And so, you know, there's been a lot of work done in governance by various people. Simple things about, you know, relocating the decision power of boards and management, and making management sort of boards be responsible. Countries in Africa where directors of companies come from a pool of people who apply and they're not appointed. And so in East Africa, for instance, you find, you know, people, the best qualified people, for instance, applying for these jobs. These are things, interventions we can introduce that will strengthen the sector, the capacity of the regulator to make independent decisions. We talked about how, you know, the tariff level, you know, the residential subsidizes business. I mean, we've been talking about this for years. We haven't been able to do it. So there are quite a lot of interventions we could come up with. We still need our political leaders. That's not the point. What are the interventions that make the sector more efficient and improve over time and ready for the transition that's coming?
Okay, my mistake. I should have made you do your closing remark. So that would be your closing remark. Ishmael, your closing remark, please.
Well, time is not waiting for us. We've been talking. Let's act. We've been talking. Let's act.
As they say, talk is cheap.
Yes, I remember in the UN function, I was invited to Addis, and then I told them, look, since I entered this space in 1999, we were talking about the same thing in 2015. So please, let's close shops and go and act upon it, because we know what we are supposed to do. Unless we don't want to progress, then we can't, because like they say, you can't continue to do the same thing this every time and expect a different results. Thank you.
Well, my closing remark is that tough times require tough solutions. I think we've known what we need to do for a long time, as Kweku was saying earlier. It's not that we don't know what the problem is or what the solutions are. The reality is the solutions are unpleasant or difficult. And government after government has sort of flinched at doing the unpleasant things. We are where we are. It's time for us to take the tough decisions. And we have the government we have. We've got to support and encourage them to make the tough decisions. Thank you.
If I may, one finger is pointing at government, 3 fingers are pointing back at you. Responsibility is more on you than the government for the right thing to be done. So, if we're going to build this country and build the nation such that our children's children's children would say, our parents did well for us, then the responsibility is on all of us to make sure we do the right thing. Thank you.
Kwame, can I make an appeal?
Yes.
Please, let's start reporting those who are stealing power. And please, if you are doing it, go and sin no more. ECG would also reward you if you help them arrest power stealers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll be taking a group photograph down here before this session is finally over. So photographers, yeah. So from here, we'll be taking a quick break just to stretch a little bit, and then we will come back to talk about nuclear power, who the vendors are, how we can tap into that area, and all the information that comes with nuclear power. The topic is going to be sustainability and the role of nuclear power. So we're going to take a quick break right now. Take the opportunity to network, and please, please, please remember that we have a 3rd plenary session before we go. All right, thank you. He is a nuclear power expert, and he's going to join us online. And then we have Ignatius Charles K. Boache. He is an energy expert. We have Engineer Daniel Watson, Nuclear Power Ghana. Mrs. Sophia Abna Tijani, she is the Manager Technical Training at the Volta River Authority. And Mr. Franklin Nana Adai, he is the Legal Advisor for NPA. Winnie in Dubai, she is Director, Nuclear Power and Energy Agency from Kenya, and she is also going to be joining us from online. Moderating this session is going to be Mrs. Harriet Emisatha from Arthur Energy Advisors. So please, let's give our panelists and moderator a round of applause as they join me up here for the third plenary session. As they join us up here, I just want to remind us that this event is powered by the Business and Financial Times, Ministry of Energy and Petroleum, the Volta River Authority. Our partners are GCB, Sethi Brothers Ghana Limited, Clean Air Task Force, Arthur Energy, BOST, Nuclear Power Ghana, and to our media partners, the BFTonline.com, Asasi Radio, TV3, ETV, City FM, and Happy FM. And don't forget to subscribe to the digital version of the newspaper. You have the forms in front of you if you haven't yet, or you can just visit www.thebftonline.com and then click on the subscribe button and fill in the form. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I realize that you did not heed Baba's call to come forward. Okay, so you're welcome to this session on the role of nuclear in Africa's energy space. And our key words for this session are competitiveness and sustainability. But if you ask me, competitiveness is a part of sustainability. So I'm going to hone in on one word, sustainability. And I think before we were supposed to have had a presentation, but the presenter is not here. So one of the nuclear guys is just going to give us an overview. My question is why we should even be talking about nuclear today in terms of how its role in the sustainable energy sector for Africa. So if you can give us briefly an overview, we'll take up the questions from there.
Okay, thank you. Nuclear energy or nuclear power has become necessary to Ghana and largely globally for the consideration of climate effects and changes. It's during its operational phase, I mean, from after the construction, you don't even have any emissions contributing to the climate variability. So that is one of the key issues in considering nuclear power. When it comes to our region, in our country, we know what our demand state is and what the expectations are going forward, and also the resources available to us. Apart from minor water bodies that we have that potentially we can get electricity from, although its economics is another issue to consider, we've barely exhausted our hydro potential. One of the factors that has led to our tariff situation has been the fact that we've had to get in more oil and gas to power our thermal plants. And the price is unstable and it's usually high, looking at the current global situation. So nuclear offers dense energy and very stable over very long periods of time. So it offers stability to industry to really rely on and get the jobs done. These are big issues that every economy will be pleased to deal with. Now, there's over the time been concerns about radiation and radiological issues and also how to manage radioactive waste. But the truth is, most of these fears has basically been because of possibly uninformed positions. Because you realize that the whole universe is actually radioactive. Now, radiation is simply energy. I mean, transmitting energy from one point or source to another through a medium that you can describe it as a wave or as a wave. So, radiation itself is harmless. It's something that we are part of. It is basically us, and it's not something that is remote or abstract that you can't relate to. Some of the food substances we use are radioactive. We benefit from it. We benefit from it in medicine, for health issues, in agriculture. It cuts across. So understanding radiation help clear what fears has come with it. The fears probably has come because of the various accident situations, and in my opinion, the first public awareness of what nuclear reaction was because it was used to stop World War II regarding the bombing on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. But that is far different from nuclear power technology, in that the fuel levels for such reactions, the enrichment levels you need are very low for power reactors. And the systems too are built with high levels of safety to ensure, and it's multiple safety levels, so that should a system fail, you have another system in place to contain all the consequences of that first failure. And so you have that multiple defense systems, which the term defense in depth concept. So the fears really has come from uninformed positions and also based on things that happened in the past. I once made a presentation and showed an incident that happened in Ghana here. If you recall, the fuel station explosion at Atomic Junction. Now, that mushroom thing you saw, if you didn't know, you will mistake it for an atomic bomb. But that was from a regular fueling station. Now, those concepts and images over the time has generated those fears and concerns. Once you get everyone to understand, no, what you were thinking is far different from the technology as you have heard of it, everyone becomes okay.
Okay, so Mr. Dawson, I hear what you're saying, but I think that the reason why people may be asking so many questions about it, like you're rightfully saying, is that they are not familiar with the technology. Right. And I remember that in my days in VNRA, when VNRA was bringing in thermal generation as complementation to hydro, it took quite a number of years to convince the public that it was okay to bring on thermal generation. Now, I suppose what you want to speak to is the fear that people have. So what I want us to do in this discussion, especially because our first sessions have talked about generation and so forth, and also because I think in various conferences we've talked about technology a lot, is why, give me 4 reasons why nuclear, we should be considering nuclear at a time when we're looking at competitiveness and sustainability. So if you're creating a table, what are the advantages? And you were creating a table on the disadvantages side, what are they and what are the mitigating factors? You know, so briefly tell me, give me 4 reasons why nuclear should be considered to make us competitive.
It gives you stable power.
Okay.
It's affordable. The cost to consumer is fairly cheap, lower. apart from hydro, that is, natural, so you just get it very cheap. The next you consider is nuclear, maybe your gas, natural gas. So you have, and it's all, you have its operational life very long. Now you have a regular plant of, let's say, 1,000 megawatts plant operating for 60 to 80 years.
So before I move on to anybody else, I'm coming back to you. And the reason why I'm saying this is nuclear may be cheap in other countries, but in this country, we've seen cheap things become expensive. The issue is not that the technology is necessarily expensive, but the way we procure and the way we do our things here makes this expensive. So I don't think we will need to delve into that to find why we are uncompetitive, to be able to address that problem. If you are just generically comparing nuclear, as is done in elsewhere, you may say it's price competitive. So I will leave you there for us to get to the real. 1 minute, but I just want one thing on the negative side for which you have mitigating actions.
It takes a lot of planning and takes time. Now, why it's so is that you have a plant that has a straight life cycle of 100 years. So it's not something that I want nuclear, I have the money, and you get it. No. You have to set up an infrastructure that has to be very solid for 100 years. Now, the lesson from the United Arab Emirates has shown that indeed implementing a nuclear power program and project is not about money. You can have all the cash. UAE, it took them 12 years. Now, setting up the infrastructure is not a short-term thing that you do. Aside, Ghana has taken advantage of the establishment of the Ghana Atomic Energy Commission, and that alone has helped, and also with Ghana using some nuclear material and then also radiological equipment and materials in the country. The country has signed on to some international conventions that you need to have, because as much as it's safe, it's inherently safe by the technology, you also want to prevent any circumstance that it can be misused, because no matter how safe, it's still enriched uranium. And enriched uranium, if it's further processed, you can get weapon grade, no matter how little. So if you Google online, some reports classified Ghana to be a danger zone when we were using a highly enriched uranium for a 30 megawatt miniature neutron source for research purposes. So the infrastructure takes care of all those unexpected circumstances that can potentially affect the integrity of the project. Now, these are by way of international laws, by way of internal legislation and regulation, and by way of international collaboration and inspections to make sure that every nuclear material is accounted for all the lifetime of the plant.
Okay. Thank you very much. Before I get it, I think that it was Sofia who was going to have supported what he said. Okay. So, yeah.
But he addressed it. But let me also say that GMPC, I chanced on a report that GMPC did a study on our gas fields. And it looks like beyond 2028, I think, our gas reserves will start dwindling. And so we need to diversify. Like you rightly said, before we had the hydro, and we saw that at some point we were in drought and we needed to diversify, so we brought in the thermals. Again, our gas resources are not renewable. Natural gas is not renewable. So once we consume it, it takes a very long time for it to regenerate. And so nuclear presents another option for a base load capacity that we can use to drive industrialization in Africa. And so we have to consider nuclear as part of the generation mix, in addition to other sources that are available to us.
Thank you so far. Franklin, do you want to come in at this point?
Okay, just to add to the negatives that you asked about and how they are being addressed. So one of the negatives that is spoken about is the risks associated should there be a nuclear accident. But this is mitigated by the conventions that are applicable to countries that want to embark on a nuclear power plant. Is such a strict endeavor that you are not allowed to do anything. And that is why it takes such a long time for you to construct and commission a nuclear plant. So that perception is there. So the moment you talk about nuclear, there is that apprehension because everybody is mindful of life. You just have one life. So if, per the stories that we have heard before, the disaster is so enormous, then why do we want to go into it? But we must have in mind that these risks have a mitigating factor, and basically it's a matter of the safety standards and conventions that countries have signed on to ensure that before a nuclear plant comes into operation, it has checked or ticked all the boxes to minimize accident. And if you care to know, I mean, right from 1951 up to date, okay, we have about 667, or there has been 667 nuclear plants in operation, but there have been only 3 nuclear accidents. 3 nuclear accidents with fatalities. I mean, you're talking about the Chernobyl accident that resulted in 32 deaths, talking about the one at Fukushima, and probably there's one more. So look at the number of years and the accidents that have been recorded. So you realize that it is not so bad a venture. Once it is done right, you can harness the advantages that comes with it. Another negative that people talk about is the waste management. But in terms of waste, look at coal. A lot of countries, they produce power with coal. Coal generates a lot of waste, but they're able to manage it. Again, this must be done within a certain regulatory framework. So yes, countries would have to strengthen their regulatory framework as in how to deal with waste. Once that one is also put in place, you also don't have a problem because it is a highly regulated material. Then of course, cost. For Africa, everything is cost. But the point is that when countries plan, enter into right negotiations, they'll be able to strike the better deals to have a nuclear plant constructed.
Thank you very much, Franklin. I have to say, though, that in spite of the advantages of the nuclear, till recently, before the Russia-Ukraine war, countries were going about shutting down their nuclear plants. My assumption is that they must have had a reason why they were taking nuclear out. And it's not because I'm against it. I'm just asking to understand how we have interrogated the situation to make sure that it suits us. Because they've only started restoring their nuclear because of the energy crunch they've had in their countries. So how come after so many years of safe, competitive operations, countries were beginning had decided to shut down their nuclear plant? I think I'll give it to you to give your opinion on that because we're talking nuclear.
Myself?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks very much. I think first of all, I want to comment on I want to add my voice to the positives of nuclear power. I think it's first of all, it gives very high energy intensity. You know, the whole world is gradually moving to high electricity use. We are moving from fossil fuel-based systems to high electricity usage. Things like Internet of Things. The Internet of Things is basically how equipment and gadgets communicate with each other. And they can only be successful within the framework of good electricity supplies. So I think these are some of the challenges. I mean, comparing with hydro, yes, hydro is good, solar is good, coal is good, but they can fail. They may not be very reliable. Some of them depend on whether it rains or the sun shines. Anyway, that was just my small contribution. Yes, I think the question was why some countries have come back to use or to reopen their nuclear.
No, that wasn't the question. The question was, why were they shutting down prior to the war? Because then they didn't have the energy crisis. And of the different types of energy sources they had, quite a number of countries had decided to shut down their nuclear plants. So across the US, they were shutting down. Across Europe, they were shutting down. France had a plan for shutting down everything by a certain year. Germany had the same thing. And it's only since they've had issues with their supplies from Russia and all the general crunch that they're looking at restoring. So I'm just asking the question to all of us because we are newcomers to the table. And I think it's important that we get some answers as to why decisions were being made by people who had operated these nuclear plants and safely for so many years. Why were they taking, beyond saying that they were too old and therefore they were taking the advantage to shut them down and bring more efficient technology on board, why had they made the decision to shut them down? Because it will help allay the fears of those who have fear about introducing the technology to our parts of the world. That's what I'm trying to achieve. I'm quickly going to ask whether the two people we have online are ready so they can contribute. So Winnie and Kelvin. Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. So
I think they made. Yeah, somebody's on.
Yeah, Kevin. Hi, Kevin. Hello, Kevin. Okay, there's something wrong. Kevin, we can't hear you. If you can just pause, the IT guys will see what's wrong with the system. We can, yeah.
Maybe.
Kevin, you are muted, please.
I'm not muted.
Okay. Now we can hear you. Okay. Did you hear our question?
I heard what you were saying, and I would like to say thank you so much for inviting me to take part. I was asked to actually come to join you in person, which I would love to do, but the aeroplane flights and so on couldn't be arranged, but I really would like to come on another occasion and meet everybody there. But it's nice to be able to take part. Then I would like to point out a few fundamental things with nuclear. That Africa is large. Africa is the same size as the United States, Europe, China, India, England, and Japan added together. It's huge. So what we need is African solutions for Africa.
Thank you so much, Kelvin.
Wish everybody a wonderful rest of the day.
But Kevin, don't go away because we are going to continue the discussion. Thank you very much. The gentlemen from Nuclear Program Ghana are here, and I am sure that you're already collaborating with South Africa. Not yet? Well, I think that, Kelvin, this conference gives them the opportunity to get to know you and to contact you and take your information in as well. So as they consider the nuclear options for Ghana, and maybe other countries around the continent consider the nuclear option for Ghana, I think you put out quite a bit of information on what you think about nuclear. I think that the information you've just given actually helps move into the next phase of the discussion. And Winnie, if you're out there, I will get to you. I think I did ask a question as to why Europe was shutting their nuclear plants down before the Russia-Ukrainian war. And I still want our people on the program to think about it and give me some answers later on, because beyond semantics, they may have reasons, and if somebody knows, I think they need to consider it. But Kelvin, whilst you are at it, I think that it leads me to the next question. One, what does sustainability mean to the world? And what does sustainability mean to Africa? And I'm saying this because of what you said, but also information leading up to where we are today. That prior to the Russia-Ukrainian war, nuclear was not clean energy. It was not renewable energy. And the world enters into an energy crisis, and we see reclassification of energy forms. Even natural gas was not supposed to be clean enough to be classified. Now, with the crisis, natural gas is acceptable. Nuclear is now renewable energy. And that's why I asked the question, what does sustainability mean for Africa? And I think, as you're rightly saying, till we define sustainability for ourselves, others will define it for us and force us to develop our sector based on how they see it or what they want for us. So let me start with you by saying, what does sustainability mean in the African context? And Winnie, if you're waiting out there, I'll come at you with your thoughts on that as well. What does sustainability mean for Africa?
Well, you know, may I comment on that?
Yes, please. I was asking you to quickly comment on it. So, yeah.
Well, you know, we've got to look after Africans first. The so-called climate change thing, which I said I don't believe in anyway, has been induced by we're nowhere near this crisis
Thank
I don't know anything with nuclear. There'll be more people died in solar power and wind power than have ever died in nuclear power. Just take Fukushima, for example. In the case of Fukushima,
Kelvin.
the total number of people who died was zero.
Kelvin.
Total number of people injured, zero. So
Kelvin, 1 minute.
Thank you, Kelvin. Thank you, Kelvin. Just because of time and wanting to have the others put in there, if I can just quickly go around, and if I do have time, I'll come back to you. But this is useful information. Go back to what I was saying. I think that in defining sustainability for ourselves, and I think in the earlier sessions we had heard submissions about how our hands are tied. The question becomes, when we have defined sustainability for ourselves, how on a continent when most of us take our financing from those who are dictating their programs to us, how are we going to ensure that we can implement those programs if they are not aligned with those who are funding us? That's the question, because sustainability has to be achieved. It cannot only be talked about. So I think when we have defined it for ourselves, how are we going to ensure that we can actually achieve it on our own terms? Hi, Winnie. Winnie, you're welcome to the conference.
Good evening from Kenya. I'm very happy to be here today and to join all of you.
Winnie, have you been listening to the discussion?
Yes, I have followed part of the discussion, but I wasn't able to hear the last speaker.
You couldn't hear Kelvin too well.
I wasn't able to follow on the discussions from him, unfortunately. Okay. I think there's a bit of interconnection issues.
Okay, so I'm just going to help you. I'm just going to help you on with the next question by giving you the context of where we are now. We have had quite a few people speak about the nuclear technology and why we should be looking at it, considering it seriously as Africans in ensuring a sustainable energy delivery service for our continent. Where we are right now is looking at what sustainability means to Africa and how we can achieve it. Now, Kelvin has spoken at length, and the lady and gentleman here have spoken at length about the nuclear option. And we had also said that it was important that Africa define sustainability for itself. Now, the question I'm asking is that on our continent, we are very much aware that most of our funding, not just for the energy sector, but for most of the things we do, come from the West. So if we are not going to align to what they define as sustainability or green or whatever, how are we going to be able to achieve what we define as sustainability?
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for the question. And here my perspective. I think for us as Africans, we need to be able to define our own objectives towards energy sustainability and also be able to defend it. So our options cannot be defined by external forces, whether they are providing the funding or not. We need to be able to evaluate the resources that we have as a continent and individually as countries, and be able to exploit those options without a dictation from the external forces. Of course, with the appreciation of the funding that enhances the energy capacity of countries, it would be for the African governments to be able to define their own agenda for energy provision within the country. So for example, for us in Kenya, we have substantive resource in geothermal. And so our government has made it very clear that we have a priority to be able to exploit our geothermal resources before consideration of any other sources of energy. So I think our energy sustainability issues as Africa can only be defined by ourselves. We have to evaluate the resources that we have and be able to develop power development programs or objectives that meet our unique consideration as country, and this is also informed by the kind of resources that we have. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen on the podium, I'm back to you. And this time we're back at not just talking technology, but how are you going to ensure, if you're so convinced that we need to go nuclear, I don't want to wake up tomorrow and find that the Russia-Ukraine war is over and the West has redefined nuclear to be non-green and they're no longer going to fund it. Then what? So I just want us to think about it. This is Africa. We have determined that it's important to interrogate the nuclear option to make decisions for ourselves as to whether we're going with it or not. How are we going to ensure that beyond talking about it as technology, we can actually achieve what we define as sustainable, which is cheap, competitive energy for our continent so that our economies can be competitive? Yeah? Anybody wanting to? Yeah.
Okay, so I think that from the discussions from morning to now, we are all clear that sustainability to Africa means meeting our own need. And I see after ECOWAS and all those regional blocs as an opportunity for Africans to come together. And once we are committed that this is what we want, for the kind of interest rates that we offer the funding agencies, believe you me, they will fund what we want. But if we go always begging, I mean, there's a funny adage that so if we are always going begging, then obviously they will dictate to us. But if we come together and then we tell them that this is our need, and I don't think the funding agencies, well, sometimes they also try to influence the way the technology should go, but I'm sure they also want business. They want our money. The money that they bring, I don't think is free. And so we should see ourselves as we have that competitive power, or the negotiating power to negotiate exactly what we want. And if for nothing at all, I mean, the free SHS has taught me that once there's commitment, we will look for the money, to fund whatever it is that we want. We look for the money to fund free SHS. It's not the same amount of money, but within Africa, I am sure the money we will find to, drive the infrastructure growth that we have. That's my take.
I mean, I don't want to go the free SHS way. No, I'm not saying it's not commitment, but I'm saying we have funded it up to this point. We are going to IMF. We don't know whether they will cancel it or not. That's not what we want to do with nuclear. But I agree with you that we could find some. No, that's not. So if you were asking me a question as to, so far I was asking how much the IMF money is. Now, I know the IMF money is not a whole lot, but when you drive yourself into the ground, even if somebody is going to give you 1 million, the person will give you conditions. So that's where, once your hands are tied, your hands are tied. And even a child can then do whatever they want to do to you. So I'm just saying that is the analogy you are giving that makes me sigh about it, about whether we can use that, because commitment is good if you have the resources to do it. If you are committed and poor, you can stay committed you will stay committed for a very long time. So the question becomes how we use our resources in a manner that we can deal with our priorities and not spend it on anything and everything. But on the back of what you just said, my concern about waiting for the whole of Africa to be united before we go to the negotiating table is knowing how difficult it is for us, even as a country, individual countries, to prepare and properly negotiate. And looking at 54 countries coming together and being united before we move forward, that's going to, I don't know, maybe people have a little more faith than I do. So this is where my issue will be. I'd like to see the individual countries take leadership of their own countries and make progress within the environment that AFTA creates, so that we all can be individually successful, and then together we can pull together to jump hurdles. So that's where my issue with us is the practicality of having 54 countries, not just 54 countries, but 54 African countries unite to be able to take action. So I'm back again to what we're talking about, sustainability and competitiveness. And this is it. I want to drive us to the point where this discussion does not end at this conference, that this conversation can continue, and that we actually can get some results out of this. You know, because in previous fora that the BNFT has organized, they have been able to send communique to government, and some policy changes have come out of this. If we spend the whole day here today, I want to see that some points are being taken and that something is sent to government. If it's just a one-pager, 10 points, 5 points, on some of the suggestions that were made, so that it can be followed up to see what we do with it. So if we are not going to just end this discussion and walk away from here, then our suggestions must be pragmatic and doable. Nothing too theoretical, you know. So again, I'm asking you, sustainability in the African context, as I'm hearing you say, and when I say African, I mean national context as well. So the sustainability in the African and national context mean that we determine what is good for us to enable us look after our own, you know, and not just take the dictates of, you know, of the West. Now, how do we do that, actually achieve it? You know, that we don't just define the sustainability, but the programs that we also define coming out of us, our sustainability model, that we can actually implement them and take care of our own.
I believe that nuclear has a lot of competitiveness, honestly, and it is an area that African countries should explore. And for me, I'm not even too surprised to know that indeed a lot of African countries are considering it, because it has been established as reliable, I mean, an energy source that would give any country that wants to industrialize, any country that wants to develop, that needed base load, okay, to develop, to grow. And in the context of the African region, I mean, at the backdrop of AFTA, it will be very good for us to have a lot of energy penetration into the system. And when that happens, then energy costs would eventually come down, right? Because now there's a lot of energy in the system to drive what we are looking at. Because we are looking at integrating, we are looking at countries like Ghana, how do we call it, train, sky, what was the name of it, trains, that electronic trains and all of that. It calls for a certain amount of energy in the system. And when you don't have that, you can't industrialize, you can't be like the West. We want to take our future into our hands. But we can do this when our energy is reliable, when our energy can drive the kind of industries that we are looking at. So beyond looking at resources such as energy, nuclear for me, I believe, is one thing that we should look at. And once the benefit outweighs all the negatives, then it calls for a certain government commitment to push that agenda.
Franklin, you're preaching to the converted. I think the idea that we need energy, competitive price, to be able to be competitive and be able to compete in the world, on our continent and so forth, I think we all agree on that.
Sure.
The discussions we were having was about nuclear's role, because the idea is that nuclear is one of the very cheap options, and the benefits of having nuclear in our energy mix is huge.
Yes.
So that is agreed. But in addition to that, we're talking about sustainability, competitiveness, the African context.
Yes.
And we're trying to understand that if we think we are of age to define our own priorities, do we have what it takes to implement those priorities when we have chosen them? Or are we going to continue to seek handouts from those who are saying are defining our future for us? In which case, then, we're going to have to re-examine what we think our priorities are. So I think, I'm going to quickly move to the audience and bring them in so that we can really give some suggestions to government. We know, I don't know about other countries, but I think that for quite a number of the countries on the continent, not in our sub-region at least, we know that the funds are not there. So the question is how we can be pragmatic in balancing that act, defining sustainability in our own context, and still being able to obtain the funding, secure the funding required to achieve the objectives we have. And that's what we have on the table right now. So it's not about whether nuclear is good or bad. And it's not about whether we've chosen the nuclear option or not. Because even if we were to decide that it's not nuclear we're going for, but it's thermal we're going for, we're still going to go to the same West for funding. And if we went hydro, it's the same place we're going to.
That's true.
That's right. So that's what we're trying to do right now. Because, for instance, how much of your budget as a nuclear program Ghana comes from Ghana and not the West? Is a typical question that should give you an insight as to whether you're capable of actually building the nuclear plant yourself, if you were to decide to go that way. So the question becomes then, how is Africa able to take care of its own?
But I believe, also at the back of AFTA, we are looking also at the AFDB. Okay, it's an African bank. I believe that it is also one bank that should resource itself to drive the African energy sustainability that we are looking at.
Frankly, the African Development Bank is mainly funded by the West. I would ask you to do a quick research of their budget.
I'm aware. Even during COVID, they came in to give some very good relief.
The money they gave you was pass-through money. The African Development Bank is not a business entity.
Yes,
it is
but
set up to
point,
disburse the
point
funds.
I'm just making is that right now it is seen or is considered as an African Development Bank.
No, it is. No,
Yes.
no, wait a minute. I'm agreeing. Wait. Let's just, so that we don't move away from it. It is the African Development Bank. But then countries and donors who want to give Africa money pass it through the African Development Bank to make sure that disbursements are done and supervised. But the African Development Bank on its own has no investments in stocks or farms from which it earns revenue. That's all I'm saying. And so most of the money that they get, that they own lend to you, is coming from the same West that we are saying we don't want to dictate to us. So I'm just saying that, it's nice to sit in a conference and say that we are Africans, and because we put together after, we actually want to define what we want to do and go on our own. But this just lets us know that if we had any resources we could trade, we're quickly depleting them. So we just have to re-examine and see what latitude we have to redefine what our priorities are and go along. Because a lot of are you getting what I'm saying? So let me throw it to the audience and see what contributions they have to go. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are with you now, delegates, and the question we're asking is that we're talking about competitiveness and sustainability, the African context that aids as our energy ambitions. How do we, if we're going to define sustainability the African way, how are we going to achieve it? Maybe let me put it this way. How can we achieve it without the West? You know, how can we achieve it, defining it our own way, assuming that our definition is not aligned with the West and they are not putting their money on it? Are we going to be able to achieve it? It's another way of asking that same question. And I'd like to hear from you and what you think, because I recognize that you come from across different sectors of our economies, and therefore from where you sit, you may have some ideas or know how this can be done. How can we define our own agenda and implement them? Yes.
Thank you very much. I would want to, my name is Bellona Gerard from Nuclear Power Ghana. I would want to clarify one point where nuclear is concerned. Unlike the other power technology, like thermal, nuclear technology cannot be owned by an individual or groups of individuals. It's a country-to-country, government-to-government arrangement. It goes through very rigorous concept design processes. So you could have a concept from Korea, and you have other elements and parts from Japan, from Russia, and from France. The standard to even design and come up with the technology is owned by a country because of the processes for safety, security, and safeguards. Now, for Ghana, how do we define our sustainability? Our sustainability then will be in the technology that nuclear gives us, the options that nuclear provides for us as a country. So we have the nuclear technology to produce power, we have the nuclear technology to improve our agric practices, we have the nuclear technology for our medicine or the medical field and other things. You have the nuclear technology that to a large extent gives you processes such as reverse osmosis, desalination, gives you production of brine and other things. Those are the things we as a country can leverage on. We are importing a technology that, thank God, in this country, we've been practicing since the 1960s. Ghana Atomic Energy. How many people know the value that they add to your seeds in agric? We see apple on the streets. We jump and buy them. Do we know the processes that those apples grown and harvested outside these countries have gone through before they reach our shores? We have levels of radiations, processes that are used in our hospitals in treating cancers, in treating other things. We all do X-rays. Those are levels of radiation that we are exposed to. We can leverage on these things, get our technical institutions to be taught and acquire some of this knowledge, and then we own them and apply them. When it comes to, as we call it in the Ghanaian parlance, doing alteration to our technical things, we are very good at it as a country. So when we are talking about how sustainable nuclear technology can be in Ghana, it is how we break down the benefits of this technology and adopt them, train our technical skills, children with it, and be able to use it to our advantage and improve our own living conditions and standards. When we go to the other renewables, nuclear power technology is the only one that deals with decommissioning process right from the process of planning the construction. We are all running into solar production, buying panels here and there. How many of us have asked ourselves, in the next 20 years, what are we going to do with the solar panels and the batteries? Who is thinking about how these things are disposed of? Nuclear will not allow you to do that. From the stage of planning, even before you think about committing yourself to it, you are asked to put down a plan for decommissioning. Those countries that are backing out on nuclear, let's look at them. Germany has enjoyed its glorious years of industrialization. They clearly came up with a government agenda to go solar and wind. They import power from France, which is produced from nuclear. They brought out the idea of backing down on nuclear in 2019. Recently, the government has reversed that decision to 2035. Why? They have realized that they could not get it cheaper. They have realized that they cannot sustain their industrialization with power produced from solar. Where are they dumping their solar panels? They are bringing them to us, and we are happy grading them. Thank you very much.
Hello?
Benola, thank you very much for the education. And again, ladies and gentlemen, just so that we don't say, I think we're not against nuclear. And nuclear is a technology. But I think take note that we're looking at all-round sustainability and not just technical sustainability. So the question we're asking ourselves as a group is that I think the general sentiment is that we are being dictated to as a continent or as nations on the continent. And the question we're trying to ask ourselves is that why? The people who are dictating to us, they fund us. They fund the water we drink. They fund the air we breathe. And so they dictate to us. Now, if we are saying we don't want them dictating to us the water we drink or the air we breathe, the question we want to ask ourselves is that if we decide what kind of water we want to drink and what air we want to breathe, are we capable? And they said they're not funding it. Are we capable of funding it? Because going back to what I just said, just a few months ago, the beginning of the year, nuclear was bad, demonized. And then there was a war and Europe was in crisis and nuclear is fine. If next year, by next year June, this war is over and there's no more, the crisis is over, are we going, and the world decides to demonize nuclear again? I hear what you're saying and I hear what we are saying. Would we be allowed to still go ahead and make our options when we don't have the funding to fund it if we decide that's the way we're going? It's the question we are in our own bedroom, in our chambers, in our caucus, trying to decide whether if we decide to go again, we are not aligned, are we in a position to fund ourselves? And this is a place where we need to be, you know, we need to be very honest with ourselves. Because then we know, and if we are not in a position to do that, then we tow it differently and not go and talk big in one chamber and realize that we actually don't have what it takes to talk big, is the question we're asking. So I completely agree with you. All-round sustainability is not just technological. It has to be financial. It has to be social. It has various aspects of it, whether it's nuclear, thermal, hydro, whatever it is we're saying we're bringing on the table. So again, the question we should ask ourselves as Africans, so that when we step out and we say, you know, it may be that sustainability in the African context is trying to balance the line because we recognize we do not have the funding. So in as much as we would like to sway completely to the left or wherever direction, because we don't have the funding, in the name of pragmatism, we walk a fine line where we speak it a little but not too loud, so we can get a little here to balance it out. But we have to be pragmatic about it. And not just talk as if we can have put our money, our hands in our pockets and fund whatever it is we decide to do. So I'm putting it back to the audience and wisdom. I think honestly, I don't think we should discuss the technology itself anymore, because the nuclear technology is a proven technology. And if we decide to interrogate it as a business option, a competitive, we can interrogate. There are experts who can interrogate it and put the options out there. The question we are asking is that, are we capable, or what is sustainability to Africa? And it may be because we don't have, it may be that because we don't have the funding, sustainability to Africa is what sustainability means to the West. And it's okay to come to that conclusion as well. So, Wisdom, I'll cede it to you. I want to hear what, yeah.
Well, thank you very much. I don't know why we have to be spending time now discussing whether or not nuclear being sustainable or whether we should go in, because we have gone past that stage. The government has taken a bold decision to include nuclear in the energy mix. And it's on record that every country with a nuclear power plant is industrialized. The only industrialized country in Africa is South Africa. And it's mainly because they have a strong energy base, which is nuclear, supported with their coal. And Ghana has even moved ahead to open up for vendors. And countries have expressed interest to finance it. Russia is one, USA is one, Korea is another one, Canada, and a few other countries have expressed interest to support us. Maybe what we should be thinking about is whether we should be looking at the small modular reactor or the large base reactor. We are already ahead. So I believe discussing whether nuclear or not, we may be going back.
Okay. But Wisdom, this is not the place where we are also deciding whether it's more nuclear or not. I think that's why there's a program, and that's why there are experts, and that's why you have partnerships to decide that. What we're discussing here, in addition to whether you're going nuclear or not, is because you know that nuclear has been on the table for a while, and government can adopt it all at once. But if the West was to decide tomorrow that nuclear is demonized, it doesn't matter whether it's on your national agenda or not, unless you have your own money to invest in it. So that's why the question we're asking ourselves is how we play our cards so that we look after our own. The impression we're creating is that when we are being dictated to, it's not always that our own interests are being put first. So how do we define things such that when we define our own interests, we can actually pursue it? As we're talking here and putting it on paper, it's cheap. But when it hits the ground and you have to actually make it happen, even the planning stages, I'm sure, the planning up to this point has been funded by the West. I'm sure. And you haven't yet...
May I add to the discussion?
Okay, so let me...
Maybe.
So you
may I add?
Yes. No. Sorry.
Add
yes.
to the discussion. Yes. Okay. So I think